Hey, hello. Hey, Gip. Welcome to the coding stream. I've updated the category and tag, and by tag I mean picture. I'm just going to derp around a little bit, getting my windows in place and all that kind of stuff. Because we are going to do some plugin making. Here, let me fool with this. May or may not be up to something of a slow start. We'll see. I have got a number of things to try here. I've got my notebook and some ideas around it. And we are, in fact, on Coding Stream. I've got some other new things as well. Notably, I got this. I got this off of the internet. It is me. It is what happened when I was trying to demonstrate converters, and I went to a great deal of effort, plus I went and bought a bunch of converters just so that I could demonstrate converters for people and show what they sounded like and show what it sounded like when you used external phantom power modules to run microphones into places where phantom powered microphones could not go. Because systems that are designed to have microphones are typically designed to turn them up, like turn them up to the level that I'm at right now, talking into the microphone. But then you put a 2 inches in front of a kick drum and a whole other story emerges, where maybe you are just wildly distorting the input you're going into, because the input's designed to be flexible. It's designed to get all manner of volume levels. And what would happen if you plugged a condenser microphone and powered it into essentially a line level input or a commercial grade studio XLR line level input? Something that's like, what, plus 18 or so dB, a very high headroom without a preamplifier. And that's what we're looking at right now. While we fuss around getting rolling, I'm going to spend some time. I allowed my fire to just about go out because it's a lot warmer these days, and I'm trying to go through my firewood as slowly as I can because I'm concerned that I will run out. And I don't have a good way of getting firewood again until next year. The way I get firewood is I order it from this place that trucks it out to me, and they run months of lead time. You have to sort of get in line. And you can kind of sort of hear it. Remember, when I'm doing coding streams, you're hearing stuff only through my speakers. My speakers do have subwoofers, so you're hearing that. I've got it turned up to 17 as well. So this is the sound of my drum kit on this day. You can download this, by the way. If you go to my YouTube converter shootout, it will link to a MediaFire link, and that's where I got literally this. But this is raw microphones directly into a Lavry DA10's line level inputs. So knowing that even as I turned this up as far as it would go, I couldn't really get levels high enough, I beat the living crap out of the drums. So that is hard playing. pretty close to breaking drum heads playing. It's just, it's hard playing to the point where that's the only real concern. Some more drum fills here. And that is a very loud hit. Let me So there's a little drum fill in there, using some of the hardest snare hits I was able to do during that entire session. And we can also do other things. For instance, throw it into discontinuity. That's some of the things I'm going to be exploring today. And then if we use air style distortion on it, you can see the difference it's making in the peaking. And you'd be going a little bit too loud if you claimed that this whole thing went up to 133 dB. It kind of does not. And our real peaks are around here. And we can start hearing some saturation, or I can, from here. The mic is pointed away from the speaker, so you can't really hear it. And I'll stop that because I'm quite capable of leaving something like that playing forever. I don't really mind it, but anybody with sense would. And that's how this rolls. We have now something I did not have when doing previous tests on discontinuity, namely so if I do a loop like this, and then maybe tighten it in a little here, that's a flam. That is about the loudest noise I was able to make on the drums. So we have a little groove made out of this. There's 2 sticks in the first hit. Or we could do something more unusual, like time it to this. And if I was to adjust that around a little bit, make a little drum groove there. It's not a very good groove. This was about hitting the drums as hard as I could, so timing suffered. And we're able to make a thing where we can go from the utterly, totally uncompressed sound, because there is not even a mic pre in here. And the mics themselves are pretty good, as you can see, of being able to capture extremely loud noises. Then we throw discontinuity on there. And we're making the kick drum jump out, kinda. It's sort of coming forwards and being more aggressive there. And that's useful because in further recording, when I finally get around to recording and solve and finish some of these things, I'm going to be recording the drums with this setup, but an additional kick drum mic, which is also the same kind of microphone. So I'll be literally getting this kick drum sound. This, let's see. So it starts off like this, because our way of scaling the drums is in such a way that I set it to 60 dB. That means it's not getting any air nonlinearity going on. Then we can dial in this effect, which is not an EQ or a compression or anything like that. It's a weird frequency modulation effect. But we can do this. And that's good, because this is giving us a more sculpted kind of sound compared to this. This will project more on things like cell phones. This will project more in mixes. It'll come through more clearly. But it's a frequency modulation. Also feels like you can hear the wavefront coming at you and hitting you more clearly. And of course we can dial it in. There's a specific spot where it comes into focus. And then it's too far in focus. Hey, before 23. And if we do that, and I'm not going to save this, and then look at what we made, we have a sound that's been shaped to produce a kick drum as if it is at a much higher level, and it's controlling high frequency noises quite a lot, because you can't make those happen at impossibly loud levels. And that gives us a kick drum we can use for things. Hey, Gabber. I am indeed working on the capacitor style plugins today. First thing I'm going to do is make myself espresso. It's another cup of coffee, because it's going to be a sort of coffee-oriented day. I'm also going to fiddle with my fire a little bit. It's not all that cold, but all the same, you can kind of see over there it's basically gone out. So I'm going to fuss with those things a little bit right now. try to remember as best as I can what I'm doing as usual. Getting rolling in the morning, not necessarily my best moment, so we'll see how that works. And I have a number of things both to try and to talk about, because I was thinking in the way in which the technique known as browerization could apply to what I'd seek to do in Console X, but more on that in a minute. First things first, let's wake this fire up a little bit. Also, I feel as if once I've had another cup of coffee, I'll be more comfortable speaking up and projecting. Hopefully I'll be able to do that for 8 hours. And just in general, relating to my needs as far as doing this is concerned. So let's see what we can get going wood stove fire-wise. We'll start with that. And then I'm going to go and get my cup of coffee, and then we'll fire up the thing about the capacitor style plugins. Fire looks to be doing wonderful. And yeah, when I say capacitor style plugins, what I mean is capacitor 2 involved some modulation of the cutoff frequency based on the input coming in, which is not that different from what we're doing with discontinuity. And an interesting, it's probably good for me to experiment with this now, because one of the things I'm looking into doing going forwards is the EMI Red style console. And that's an old tube console, meaning that a bunch of its capacitors could well be ceramic capacitors subject to this kind of behavior. And the other reason is I am thinking about Console X coming forwards, because I need to put it into service so I can start playing with it, because it's such an unusual beast. And that could well require the use of biquad filters that are made to have the same behavior. So we're going to experiment with all that kind of stuff today. I gotta wonder how loud this noise is when I make it. This is part of the coffee grinder, and this is the espresso machine tamper, and I do this. And that's clearly loud enough to totally distort the supercardioid microphone. I could even distort it completely off mic. And I wonder how loud it is in the mic from the other room, because it's good and loud that way. We shall see. Yeah. At some point, I might try to get good at making lattes out of this. I've actually got some adorable little cups that a lady friend of mine, not one that I sleep with, she's married, but somebody in my recovery community, randomly gave me cups with, here, I'll show you. I got cups from a lady friend who's in my recovery community. And the really interesting thing about that is that serves some of the purposes that people date for and stuff. It's like, I am loved and cared for in some ways, in other ways, not so much. But this is the thing. The only trouble is, like, this is clearly an espresso cup, and it has espresso on it, and it is a perfect gift for somebody, hopefully it wasn't terribly expensive, I doubt it, who's a big espresso fan. In fact, there were two of them. I'm not sure what that signifies. Whereas, you can see that the cup that I make my espresso in is somewhat larger. So, this is a not especially ambitious espresso cup that expects that you're not going to be too bonkers about it. And, well, we shall see. Let me put this back and we'll get to work. Also, I think I can probably fuss with the fire a little bit too. It's doing just fine. I can throw another log on it now and, hey Lucas Hippo, and put it onto the damper, which will have it burning more efficiently. Here is a suitable other log, and here is an even larger one. And with this, I'm probably not going to have to fuss with it for a while. If at all, I might be done for the day with just these two logs. Possibly not. We'll see. Yeah. So my thoughts today are along the lines of this work that I'm going to do and console X, which you're not going to see right away because I need to be working with and experimenting with it first before it can go into actual production and see people. And I've been trying to figure out what to do with that type of stuff, knowing that there are numerous things I've been able to try to do, whether they be complicated proceedings of console 8. Maybe it's a good sign that I'm not especially with it today, because I'll tell you, some of the stuff that I've been watching on the internet and so on, like political things, for instance, has me thinking about stuff like dementia and schizophrenia and so on, and how that relates to me and the ability to be constantly making up new stuff as far as plugins to give to people. And that works out pretty well for me. Some months better than others. It's a little bit of a down month, but I should be able to afford that, and it's all good. If anybody needs to drop off of their Patreon, then absolutely do that. Take care of yourself first. There would be no point in supporting me doing this kind of stuff if I wasn't the kind of person that would want you to take care of yourself first. So you got to do that. Also, hopefully me furnishing the plugins makes it possible for people to do their work and maybe have it be paying work, and it all kind of works together. But people being kind of scattered and not being able to lay their hands on the right word is interesting in the context of inventing things. Because when you're inventing things by default, you need to be able to find the wrong word, the wrong idea, and see if it can be made to be the right idea. If you are, and it's similar to artificial intelligence and this sort of chemistry-oriented thing they have going on in there, where the heat of the reaction determines how random it can be. A thing like that happened to OpenAI and ChatGPT just recently, where all of a sudden ChatGPT was insane. It started babbling for people. And considering how much people use it for inappropriate things, that's an alarming scenario. And yet it was happening. ChatGPT was freaking out, and it was the one people were paying for access to. And that is quite a concern. But if you were looking for it to be very creative, you'd want to boost up the temperature of that reaction a little bit. You'd want it to be a little scattered, because its job at that point is to figure out new things, rather than to have the most uncreative correct answer for the coding the nuclear reactor, where having it suddenly start to babble is not helpful. And where I'm at today is partly working on the capacitor style plugins again, like doing a pair to doing a biquad whatever, because I've already got a biquad 2 that smooths transitions, and figuring out whether I can make that work. I've also got 3 different variations on discontinuity, namely discontinuity, which is going to be just a distance marker, disintegrate, which is going to have way more control over all different aspects of things, and distance 3, which will interleave the discontinuity effect with the original distances. Like I've got some things here. I can use this as an example, because I'll tell you another thing that I did. I don't believe Transdesk actually does remove clipping. We can look at the code for it if you'd like. I recently went and got the raw files for this song, and I had a bunch of stems and I wasn't able to reproduce all of the details, but I made a bunch of tracks for the purpose of remixing it in Reaper. This is from 10 years ago, just about. This was back in the days of Console 3 or something like that. So I tried to load it up in Logic and everything was different and weird. But it's something that I can go forward into the future looking at what you could get. That's not what I really meant to do, but I can remix this now. And that could be quite interesting. It was, in fact, an in-the-box mix. It's using the original Pop 2 plugin, which I think ended up becoming Pop again when I went VST with it. So logically, that would be, it's using this plugin on like everything. So that's the sound of the compression inside this one. It's got a sort of spacey effect going on. And it had no speed controls, interestingly. It was originally designed for voices. Hey, Yulia. Aw. That's very sweet. Hope I can justify your love, as Madonna would have it during this stream. Wow. We got an early morning rush of like 11 people hanging out and checking this out, and I'm in the science and technology YouTube space for that. So let us see. I'm going to do distance 3. So distance 2 did this. Full wet. So distance 2 was weird. It's like what I am trying to do with discontinuity, but I didn't know how to do it yet. However, distance itself pretty much just an EQ kind of thing. Plus, it's heightening super lows. And those are going to interact nicely with discontinuity. And discontinuity by itself doesn't filter, but it kind of like filters. So the combination of those things should make a distance 3 that is absolutely fantastic. You'll have a miles marker, and you'll have a dB marker, and you dial those in, and we should be able to get really accurate sounds. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. Also, we can put on the screen window view. Been leaving that out. So that's one of the things I'm planning to do today. But this also gets tied into some other stuff, namely my notes here, where I've got notes on Ultimate Console using the Air 3 and Kalman crossovers, and I've already started building that in. Yeah, you could try distance 2 on hi-hats because it does that funny high frequency grit thing that might transform a hi-hat interestingly. So capacitor 2 from July 2020, good close to 4 years ago, frequency modulated filters. Oh, gone a little too far. There we go. So here's what we're looking at experimenting with. Bearing in mind that this starts with the original capacitor plugin, which is all of this complicated stuff. This is the capacitor plugin. What got added was non-lin. And you notice that these things aren't actually changing, but it's generating this inside the loop of the samples. We got our dielectric scale. We got non-lin, which apparently is something I'd like to see whether we're multiplying or dividing by non-lin. Up. We got a plus non-lin and a divide by non-lin. So that's interesting. And some of this might be designed to just deal with what capacitor 2 is doing. Let's put it into action on an audio clip and hear what we're looking at. And it's also very loud, so that will help illustrate the point. I apparently had a capacitor 3, but it hasn't gone out. I don't know what that's there for. I'm not sure if that's in my library or it might be abandoned. Wait, I should stop that so that I can set high pass without locking DC into it. So here's what we get. We get a striking effect that in fact goes loud. And it affects high pass too. This has gone over pretty well with people, although I can see some concerns having to do with the output level of it. I recently got a comment on, I think it's Gearspace, where somebody popped up and was like, I'm still loving this. And it was all about non-lin, because capacitor 1, without a number to it, was exactly this. The only change was adding non-lin. It was adding the nonlinearity, and the nonlinearity has to do with the Murata capacitors, where they measured that the cutoff frequency goes up quite a bit, like 50%, at high voltage pressure, which of course is a frequency modulation because audio signals are modulation of voltage. So this is what we did. That is our high frequency cutoff. No nonlinearity. Too much nonlinearity. So it goes from quite clean to, I wouldn't call it resonant, but it has a lot of character. It has a lot of flavor. And all that's happening is we're frequency modulating. We are frequency modulating the cutoff of this. And this is nothing but a stack of IIR filters. It's not even a biquad. It's just the simplest sort of form of IIR filter. And there's a set of them. There's a stack of them. Technically, we don't want to be using this inf high pass stuff. We want to just do this calculation each time, because then we only need to keep one variable. And modern processors are much better at doing like casual math than keeping lots of variables around. So even cutting the number of these variables in half by doing the calculation each time could be an optimization. And that's another story. So, and this is all we're doing. We've got a bunch of adjustments to make it do what we wish. But this is all we're doing. So that means, first of all, we study this enough to pay attention and figure out why it's doing what it's doing. We've got a nonlin that starts at 1, and this is an inverse scaling. Weirdly, this looks like it is, no, actually, no. 1 plus, so that's going to go from 0? One minus get parameter is going to go from 0 to 1, except for we're multiplying it by 6, but we're multiplying it by 6, so it's 0 to 6, and then we're adding 1, so it's going 1 to 7. Non-lintrin is a gain level that's only taking effect here, and that appears to be making it louder. Lowers the volume. I saw it making lots of distortion out of Discord Welcome Home, which wasn't there in the original recording. We're not actually going to be doing anything with capacitor. We're just looking at this and finding out what we need to do with it. So let's assume we're skipping nonlin trim, and it might be in the wrong place. I may very well need to just go and make so much coffee today for this, but it's a good enough day. It's a good enough week to dive into a bunch of the audio coding. You know, they can't all be Minecraft. As much fun as the Minecraft has been last week, we do has work. And see, here we are doing that calculation I told you about, where we don't do extraneous variables just to save calculations. And we appear to have also a dry wet. Nope, literally everything is smoothed. Low pass chase, high pass chase. This is a previous way of doing this behavior that is not the same way that I ended up doing it on the Z filters. The Z filters have the most recent version of parameter smoothing. This is an older version of parameter smoothing. I'm reading chat, don't mind me. So we're producing dielectric scale, and this begins to look like what we're doing in discontinuity. Discontinuity is generating a number that is a delay time from 0 to x. This is generating a number that gets included, and in fact it's a multiplier, so that's intense. When we have low pass base amount and then it is times dielectric scale, that means we're having a very profound effect on it. The neat thing about this type of processing is that I can use it to obliterate the sound pretty aggressively. It can go really nonlinear. It can make a very nasty effect. And what we are apparently doing here is scaling it according. Also, I don't know quite how this interacts. Some of this might have to do with the way it interacts with sample rate. And interestingly, we're not compensating for sample rate. Yes, I'm doing the golden hair Donald thing, but the reason I'm allowed to do this, I'm not running for political office. I'm supposed to get all scattered and think of crazy stuff. That's my job today, so it's not quite the same. Nobody is hiring that man to do this. If he did, your plugins would be crashing a lot more than they already are. Oh, Pella Beats is asking, I wish to learn plugin coding. You should. If that's what you want to do. If you have lots of ideas that will change production completely and introduce new methods hidden in our very presence, rock on, man. It almost doesn't matter whether that is literally true or whether you just feel like it's true, because you have to start with that agenda. That's the important part. I'd rather see people feeling like that, getting into programming plugins and things, and getting into audio. Lately I have been having an interesting time on the subreddit Audio Engineering, because people pop up and either ask really foolish questions or get mad when people ask really foolish questions. And it's very interesting because it is this whole scenario of, to what extent do you answer people when they ask what's the right microphone for a snare drum? Do you answer people when they ask what? And this is a question that I answered. What should I do for compressing my guitar? And I did have an answer for that one because the person seemed to have no idea what they were talking about. So I said, yeah, put a compressor on your guitar and play through it. Don't do it after the fact. Put it where you can get a hold of the guitar and play it and hear the compressor affecting the sound. Play through it. That's the important part. And that got a bunch of Reddit upvotes there, rightly so. But it's like there are people who are showing up to ask questions and have ideas where they do not have any idea of anything. But then there's also people showing up who do not want to have any idea of anything. They seem to not want to listen. They seem to not be interested in sounds. They just want to know what to do in order to get paid. And it can be off-putting. So you get people being real sarcastic with those ones. And it's hard to tell the difference sometimes between somebody who doesn't want to know and somebody who wants to know and just is like, I started out in a day when you would buy a guitar and an amplifier, and that was what phone. And it becomes like a video game. And people get sidetracked down these weird paths of, how do I follow this weirdly convoluted path that somebody else followed in order to make this very specific sound? And is it this cargo cult thing of following all of their little behaviors? And I do that with coding. When I'm trying to make ports, for instance, ports means take the thing that I programmed and make it work on somebody else's computer, which is my weak point. And so if I need to do that, I will often end up forced to do really cargo cult-like things. I'll get the thing to build, and I'll write down everything that I did, and then I will just follow that recipe, follow that incantation in hopes it will do it again. And if it does it again, I follow that with great attention and respect and will not depart from it because I don't know what I'm doing. I never said I was a good programmer. I have ideas. Much like Pella Beats says, I have lots of ideas that will change production completely, introduce new methods hidden in our very presence. Yeah, cool. Sounds like me. You maybe don't have any idea how to program either. And, I shouldn't say that. I am doing all of these plugins. But when it gets to porting stuff to other platforms, so often I do not know how that stuff works. And, that's challenging. And with audio engineering, you'll get people showing up who are trying to do a thing, but they have only the vaguest idea of what they're even doing or what happens. And an interesting riff on what Pella Beats PB said, introducing new methods hidden in our very presence. This is how methods get hidden. This is how stuff gets hidden, is the assumptions that we have about what sound even is, about what music is supposed to be, what you have to do. I got involved in another conversation, and it was with a guy. He had posted asking basically the am I the a-hole thing, but to audio engineering, and said, I tried to work with this guy who had a lot of credentials, and everybody said he was a really good engineer, was a really good engineer, producer guy. And he went to this guy, was like, okay, I'm ready to go. I just have to get my tempo maps ready so that we can start working, because I have my music ready to mix down and stuff, and these are the tempo maps that I made for it. And the guy went, wait, what? Tempo maps? Oh, I don't use those. I wouldn't use those. Why don't you go and work with somebody else who's not willing to be serious? Tempo maps, huh? And it was hilarious. This guy showed up in audio engineering and said, am I the jerk here, or why did he do that? Why did he treat me this way? And piles of people showed up, like metal engineers, all kinds of folks being like, no, this is totally normal. Nothing wrong with you having tempo maps. That makes sense. Of course you do. This guy sounds like the a-hole because he didn't know anything about it, and he was trying to sort of pull rank and acting like, oh, you with your tempo maps, that's not how things are done. And what might have happened to that guy is he might be a dance music producer, EDM guy, or pop music producer, where they're so used to working with machine-made rhythms. And in particular with EDM, a lot of these guys are also DJs. they have to be able to mix one song into another song on a DJ set without having the beats flam. Because if the beats flam, people will lose the groove and stop dancing, and also that's great shame and disgrace upon the DJ. They have computer-aided assistants these days helping them do that, but that is still the canonical worst thing that can happen. So if they hear anything off-grid in their regular music making, they react with like an allergic reaction, freaking out, getting a panic reaction, because it's like they are responsible for this thing that is now going wrong, and shame will come upon them for having the beat in the wrong place. And Tempo Maps just throws all of that into chaos, because all of a sudden everything is suddenly coming a little bit off, even if it's all on the grid, but the tempo map is shifting. It's like it is taunting the guy from EDM every step of the way and making them be upset. I have every intention of doing some music going forward. I'm almost certainly going to be able to do this year. I have so much going on plugin-wise that I have a lot of work to do, including the work that I'm doing today, but I'm almost certainly going to be able to get back to making music this year, before next winter. And I have every intention of doing some of it by taking one of my guitars and laying down a rhythm track without reference to anything. Without even use of, like, this is a metronome. I won't even use this. Nothing. Because I have a new way of doing it that I hadn't really worked with before. Namely, I started using the arrangement card game that I made to come up with ideas for sections of a song that would go together, and then record just one section of the song at a time. And then once I've done that, I can go in and play other instruments along with that for each section as it goes, often including things like vocals and stuff, and then editing them into a final piece of music, much like Eddie Offord used to do in the 1970s for bands like Yes and Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Eddie Edit, they called him, because that ELP called him that. They had an entire song that had a bridge that went Eddie Edit, Eddie Edit. Are You Ready, Eddie? It's called. And he was the guy that was all about editing the 2-track mixdowns together into the final song, and then the band would learn the song. They constructed that stuff in the studio and only had to master. This is part of how prog rock did its thing, at least these bands, is they only had to master the riff that they were playing at the moment. And I've also been watching a bunch of Mastodon making of videos, at least one, and I think I've bounced over a couple of other ones. And that's fun because that's a 4-person band, 2 guitar players, a bass player, and an insane drummer, Bron Daylor. He is how I would like to play if I could, which I'm sure I never will be able to, but it's nice to have the inspiration. Bron Daylor is like if Keith Moon was a modern guy with better chops, while still being Keith Moon-like. Because the thing about Keith Moon is not only was he a crazy guy in the way that Bron is not. He's not a crazy guy. He seems nice. But the way his playing was described is like flailing all over the place like Animal from the Muppet Show. And what that means in terms of, like Pella Beats PB says, ideas that will change production completely and introduce new methods. Both Keith Moon's and Bron Daylor's drum styles are not gridded. Both of them have a dramatic flair to the way they do fills and things. Where, like, if you have a drum fill going into a kick drum or something like that, and it needs to do toms into the kick going, better to thump. the way they'll do those things, and that holds for Keith and it holds for Bron, and not everybody else. For instance, the Zappa drummer Chad Wackerman would not do this. The butter-to-thump of toms into kick, Moon and Daylor would squish the timing of this in such a way that it seems to dramatically accelerate into the kick, which then comes way forwards in the beat. And everything is just full of that slight squishiness of time where all of the details have to be as dramatic as possible. And, if you hear it, you know it. But if you programmed it out going, these are the notes that are played, and let's program them in the MIDI timeline and snap them to grid, you'll completely fail to get the feel. Because the time is meant to be squishy. It's meant to be dramatic. So the ability to, you'll have Bron, for instance, going into these insanely fast single stroke rolls on the snares, and it'll be like, wham! Just a blur of notes, and then he goes to the crash or whatever, the crash and the kick combined, so violently that it's like they're hitting kind of early. But the whole thing is made to kind of work within the sound of the band. And the bass player is another one of the guys, which, much like Chris Squire from Yes, I can hear, listening to Mastodon, that the bass player is able to set his bass notes behind the beat. And that adds weight and size to the groove. If he was playing them directly on top of the way the drums hit really aggressively, the drums are like putting a cap on the front of the guitars, spatially. And the bass is coming in behind and is intentionally mixed so it is not too overwhelming, because if it's too loud, you start to hear what's being done. But it's not dissimilar to something I'm trying to think of the particular Santana song I'm thinking of for this one. This is what you get in a coding stream when I've started out already a little bit scattered, is my mind is going to all of the places. It'll probably end up with me being able to do a good plugin, but it could just end up with me doing a wow, I really learned something style of live stream, which is fine too. So, bass player for Mastodon, Chris Squire, bass player for Yes, and also the guy playing bass. I should know some of these folks' names, but I don't. But then a lot of people watching this don't know it either. Bass player for Santana in their heyday. I'm thinking of probably Black Magic Woman, although Evil Ways also has some of this as well, where Black Magic Woman plays through its initial part, and it's got a lot of sort of building energy going on, and then it switches into this section. It goes dun 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 dun. But the bass line there, especially the slow riffs, like Black Magic Woman kicks into its guitar solo section. Guitar solos are fun. I recently ended up going and re-downloading off of, I had to go to my Mediafire page to find it, Empty Pictures that Mel was always talking about. And I listened to it again and I was like, well, that's not very good, but it's a 6-minute guitar solo, so okay. I guess that turns out to be something that some people like. But the 6-minute guitar solo ending Black Magic Woman are just about that bass riff, the dun 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 dun, it's kind of slow, but then it kicks into this giant wall of like dun 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 dun, with drum fills all through it. Very, Brondaler also reminds me of Michael Shreve of Santana. He's got the ability to do the fast stuff going on. Dun 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 dun. When the bass notes and the size of the big walls of chords kick in, they're not bursting through as aggressively and fast as possible. The bass notes are hanging back. They're slow to attack. And that contributes to the size of the wall of sound that the band is producing. And it all comes out of the bass parts. I've also recently got a pick for my Rickenbacker. You kind of hear it going plunk over there. I had this, and I've busted it out. It's a rather giant-sized Fender triangular pick. I'm going to see whether maybe I can use that on the bass. I was playing with it a little bit and found that it made the playing of the notes so loud that I was fret buzzing a lot. I can even show you. We are not plugged in or anything, but worse if I play with my fingers. And I've got more nimbleness. As I started out playing, like finger picking on acoustic guitar and stuff, playing electric on that. But if I use the pick, everything is that much louder. And it also feels like maybe a little bit slower. So I'm wondering whether maybe I can do an interesting thing with that on bass, both of my guitars with humbucking pickups, as in the weird Les Paul. I have a weird Les Paul, which is some kind of dot inlay thing that was made to be extremely thin and light. And I bought it at a guitar store where they sold it to me for like $300 because they considered it to be just hot garbage. I kind of like it. And then the other one is a Strat style. And I have 3 Firebird style pickups in it. Not actually Firebird pickups. Firebird style pickups from some guy in Florida that was winding them. And both of these instruments have a Delisle pentatone resonator circuit, which is wired so that it's going to ground, and the tone control determines how much it goes to ground. So unlike the way it's normally designed to be, I get to control the amount of mid-range suck out that it produces. So I have two humbucker bass guitars and a little amplifier. I have decided to not try to use the pedal board switching apparatus that I had for it. Although there may be ways of using that to select outputs for between synthesizers. That might be something that will work okay because it's not as delicate as a guitar signal going into distortion. I do have a switching apparatus, and that could be a way of selecting which synth is being used. In fact, I believe if I do it properly, I could have that doing stereo synthesizers just by running it in 2 sections. But that's another story. I'm thinking in terms of starting with rhythm guitars and doing drums like here. Let's do a little back and forth. Firstly, hide that. Get rid of that. So what I've been doing is this. If I can find it, I can find it. This is drum kit recorded through the Heritage Audio Successor compressor. I'm using compression to cut down or to magnify the attacks on things. Bring stuff up a little forward. The successor will enhance the highs a little bit. And we've got some spikes here. So it's compressed. This has a compressor on the sounds. And what I'm considering doing is doing another round, but instead of that, no compression. You can hear how it is not sustaining and blooming in quite the same way. I can ramp that up a little bit while I'm at it. Hey, shifting of bits gain within the DAW by knowing what number to use. You compare that. It's a very clean recording, but it is not compressed. It doesn't have that sort of spacey wash around it, the sort of glitter. And yet I might not want that. It's also very crisp on the attack of that snare drum. And we'll distort the snare here. And I'm thinking I can throw that into discontinuity and get something that'll work really well in the particular way I'm wanting. Oh, that just zoomed back, didn't it? I can do a little riff like this, and we'll have actually a good drum loop, because that was a little moment where the drum loop actually was good. Maybe not perfect. So if I have a groove like that, and let's see what else have we got. Guitars that can sound like, Where's my most recent take on guitars? It's not going to be that. And the C. Rick bass plugin that I did, which will work with my stereo Rickenbacker bass, or any bass that you have that has 2 pickups and is wired that way. I don't think I have the most recent audio. Although I do have somewhat older guitars like this. Better, but like this. This is the original high volume inside the DI cab sound with the original SM57 style microphone on it. Whereas I've changed it to a Roswell Mini K47 and slightly more damped, so I'm getting fuller bass and less sort of gloss around it. Whereas this is a high gloss sound. I did see your question, Yulia, but it's a hard question because I try not to be proud of the plugins. I try to make new ones. A sound like that, bass played with a pick, and all of it not to a grid, although I could also have sections. In particular, in the card thing that I've got aggressive sections, chill, mellow sections, and sections that are designed to be more unnatural. And I can use synthesis and sequencing to do certain types of grooves and not others. Like I can have one type of groove that doesn't have any kind of click or anything, and then do another section in the same song where I have a reference track, but the reference track is off of like my Zox box or something. And then play to that, and then have other sections where there is no computer or machine-based reference track. Let's not save that work. I feel like those things can lead to changing production completely, if only because it's so far away from what people do these days that what I make using those techniques, and also what I'm trying to do with the work on capacitor that I'm doing, what I'm trying to do with the work on Console X that I'm doing, can lead to sounds that people cannot get in their DAWs, even though I will have done it in a DAW with open source plugins and just the ability to record some instruments properly. Ideally, like the drums that you heard could have been done with any drum recorder that was in stereo. And some of my plugin work, like the most recent, it's written right here. It would be written right here if I moved the things out of the way. Kalman, used as a subsonic filter, was bringing out a sound that sounded like I had a Yamaha subkick, so I can use that on a stereo recording to bring out subs that I would otherwise need a kick drum. And I'm expecting to use it literally on a kick drum. But if I can make it so that you can put a couple of microphones in front of a drum kit, record that, and then bring out the kick using that, that makes it possible for people to record using only stereo recorders. Mind you, you can still do things like this. So this is a cheap interface. It's a Scarlett 2i2. I used it in some of my comparisons. It's okay. There was also a Behringer one. I don't know if that's a 2-input one. I'm not sure if I have that one right there. But increasingly, you can get line inputs into your computer 4 or 8 at a time for cheap. And that means you can set up drums and then put a microphone on the kick drum if you so choose. Put microphones on things, record them, do that, and then you would be able to manipulate them in the same way that I did, because what I'm looking at is using only 3 mics on the drums. And that is also counter to how people do that today. Today, people insist that you have to have enough inputs and enough microphones, ideally good and particularly chosen microphones, sometimes even microphone pre's to go along with them, for everything on a drum. Everything has to be multiply mic'd. It's not true. You don't have to do that. But when you do put up just a pair of mics or something like that, the sound you get does not end up being like a post-90s sound. You end up with, especially if you back them off a little bit, all of a sudden you're in the place where if you tune the drums correctly, you can get those like old 1960s sounds like Cream or whatever, or Rolling Stones. I've been reading a book about the Rolling Stones, and a lot of what they did, being blues and groove based, is not beyond my technical abilities. It depends upon my groove abilities. But my groove abilities are already superior to people who are stuck doing only quantized to grid. Firstly, because they have to be, but secondly, because I've been listening actively for that. And if my groove abilities are able to do that, then I can do what, say, the Rolling Stones or Cream would have done, which would be record stuff, or in this case it would be record a rhythm guitar that's playing the same thing for a couple of minutes, and then play a different thing, and just try to lock in whatever that groove is, and then start tracking stuff over it. And rather than trying to make the things I'm tracking go to the grid, I'm going to try to make them go to the guitar. And if I can succeed, and I think I am better at that than a lot of people who are just used to the grid for everything, because I hear it and I intend it, that also becomes something that people can't do with modern DAW techniques as easily, because none of the ideas occur to them. Much like Pella Beats was saying, ideas that will change production completely. It's like, well, you don't actually have to have extraordinary resources. You can just kind of do this. There was a guy that showed up in our audio engineering answering some of those questions or getting involved in the conversation, and they said that they had recorded a drum loop by just placing samples on a timeline and sort of stitching them together without reference to the grid, and made a good little groove loop in that way. And I was like, oh yeah, the burial method. Because drum and bass folks and dubstep folks from the UK know that there is a producer famous for having done that in his work, that he would make these grooves and things and just overlay stuff, and he'd be putting it all together in like Cool Edit Pro or something. I don't remember the exact software, but it's like 2-track editing software that didn't have the capacity to produce loops or anything like that. So he would just kind of be layering stuff on top of each other and structuring everything by just editing together audio files. Make a groove by putting the kicks and things in the right place and making the amount of silence between them. And just kind of lining it up by what sounded good. And then you'd copy the chunk that sounded good, play it through like I often do. I was doing that with the drum tracks that I've got. In fact, I have loads of drum tracks you can do that with if you have ever heard of Analog Me 75, my secret project. So you can literally, and the newer tracks that are actually older tracks out of the drum converter shootout thing, depending upon which recording you want to use, that could vary. Like I might have a drum groove that is the correct groove, but it happened to be recorded on the Behringer. So it's like, oh, okay, well, then so much. You set the loop and start playing it over and over again. If you've got that perfect and it sounds like it has the groove that you want with exactly the right timing, hit copy, go to another file and hit paste, 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 and just manually stack it up. And there you go. You've got your groove to work with for future things. And yeah, it can be difficult, but you learn, and you're learning by hearing, and that's important. You're not learning by getting told what loop out of Vengeance samples or whatever you're supposed to use for a thing. You know what? I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee. It's a bit of a lull. We're just going to get into actually doing plugin making pretty soon. And so it feels to me like this is a fine time to double down on the espressos. And if I end up just chattering, that's fine too. I have a backlog of plugins. I've got more than enough to go forward. So we're just trying to see whether I can do anything that I didn't have before today. So back in a bit with another coffee. I feel like if I get only one good plugin idea and chattered up a storm today, that's fine. Most likely, I can put together pair 2 and at least see what it does. And I'm particularly interested in trying to do biquad with the non-lin factor. Hey there, frog. You look like a frog. Truth in advertising. It'll be very interesting if I can do the biquad filter that way, because the biquad filter is what I use whenever I am doing supersonic filtering, such as exists in Console 8. My Console 8 is a fairly vanilla thing. It's not meant to have a sound like some of these other ones. It doesn't have any filters. It doesn't have any controls or EQ. But it has aliasing prevention filters that are distributed across the entire mix, and that part I think actually worked out fairly well, but those are traditional biquad filters. I'm super interested as in whether I can get, like, what happens when you have a aliasing reduction filter, a distributed biquad filter, but the biquad filter is acting like an analog filter, but it's supersonic. What would happen there? I'm very interested in what might happen with that. So anyway, done with the, almost done with the grinding. and I'll be back in a moment. Alrighty. Lovely. Gotta love espresso for being able to make coffee without taking forever doing it. If I was doing pour over, this would run out just about before it was ready. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. I'm just saying. So where were we at? One of the things I was thinking to do was, for instance, let's leave that in recent. When I say recent, this is what I mean. And let's go and find other things, by which I mean other things I'm working on at the moment, such as the new version of the pear filter. And we're going to start by copying it over to a new build. This being the basis for some of my stuff going forwards, namely the basis for Console MC and part of console LA. We're not going to make it stereo. We're going to call it pair 2. The biquad will be different. I can't call that one biquad 2 because I've already got one. Pair, it's named pair. Comp subtype pair. Fair enough. Logical. I like your ideas and wish to subscribe to your newsletter. Code. But now I have to change it, so R to S. It's the peas filter. Eat your peas. And now I need to start copying stuff in here. The pair filters in wet means it shows me both a low pass and a high pass method. I'm going to try my level best not to talk absolute nonsense. Hey, Mill. Indeed, I do have. This is my third cup of coffee for the day. I'm going to try to not talk absolute nonsense. If I do, oops. Because we're trying to invent a new plugin today. And to do so, we're going to copy that. Don't know why it says this, so I'll leave that out next time. Boop. Actually, I disagree. It is worth using pair total. May need to add more things to that. Mel, that is in fact exactly what I'm looking to do, but that's not my first experiment. My first experiment is with pair. I don't know if capacitor 2 is ever going to have accurate frequency hertz because it's not really about being a correct, like at what point would you call the roll off anyway. Biquad is a normal enough type of EQ that you can have that stuff because it's designed to work correctly, whereas what I'm doing with pair filter is, or indeed capacitor, it doesn't really correspond to anything normal. It really kind of doesn't. Oh, hi, we've got a... Okay, I guess I need to go back and do this over again, don't I? This means we're in stereo. And that suggests that I'm doing it wrong. And we're going to get rid of this and try again. I must have made it knowing I was going to need to do VSDs, knowing I was going to want to do stereo plugins. And so the easiest way of dealing with this is following the pattern. And by following the pattern, I mean we're going to try to make this match the original plugin. And if people wanted a mono, oh well. So we're starting over. Rather than trying to doctor it into the pair 2. Here we are again, and we're going to try to do it. I'm pleased to hear that, Gabriel. It's not necessarily calming for me, but I mean, if I'm doing it right, then it should be. I do try to keep up the chatter. Let's see now. Oops, what am I doing? I do need to type that into some places, but not right there. This is the place that I have to type S. And it becomes the peas filter. It's like pea soup. It will become very thick and nutritious. Nutritious might just be possible. We'll see. We'll see how this works. We're not going to be here. We're going to be here. Got to do all this stuff over again. 1, 0.5, and 1. Got that. Got this. And all these other ones are because we are, in fact, going to have a non-lin control in here. Whether it's working exactly the same way as the one, I don't know. But we're going to have a non-lin. And I need to take the other stuff from here. Just like before. I should have spotted the L's and R's and known what it was going to be. But we got there the second time we got there. Our spacing is not necessarily very good here. Also, we could build in smoothing factors into this. That might be a pretty legit choice. I may have already done that, but we could certainly do it. That stays this way. Now they look the same. Now we go and find, since we got this, now we go and find this. So if I do this correctly, I can add other things inside this array and they'll be automatically neutralized. 0 counts as neutral, right? You can see it is pair 2. Capacitor, probably 3. Capacitor with the nonlinear function, biquad with the nonlinear function comes later. I may or may not get both of those done today. If I get only the one thing today and I chatter away all day long, that I will count as a win. Start from the overall scale. Boop, this should build and run. Also, we've got some real interesting choices going on in here. Hey, Euphorics. This is the original pair filter that does not have subtle changes of pitch. Cutoff pitch, that would be. That's an interesting question, Mel. Hey, we built. So now what we're going to do is drag our pair 2 over here. And open up our other thing, capacitor 2. Where we have our non-lin control. We're not going to do non-lin chase, non-lin trim, rather. And I'm probably going to change that to double. But we are going to put a non-len in here. In fact, we may as well make a change. See how that says 3? Dry wet really should be 4, excepting that it is in wet. So you can see how that works. We probably don't want this much non-len, but for now, let's leave it that way and fix some of this stuff while we're thinking of it. And tell you what, let's have this not be BitFreak, and I'll tell you why. That was another experiment. This is around the time of Console 0, where I was trying to do everything using this very particular way of dialing stuff up. But pair filters started getting used in places where I was very interested in dialing in the exact frequencies, which you can't do when it is operated like this. What on earth am I looking at here? Oh, I see why. I put that the wrong place, that's all. And then this needs to get fixed. See, I do have to do a separate wet and dry when I'm doing inverse wet dry. Ain't no such thing as things you can only use for mixing or only use for mastering. So there, that might be your problem. Euphorics? When you say a few years ago you said something on a total whim that redefined how I mixed and wrote, and when I asked you before you said it didn't make sense. Yeah, sometimes like my job as being Chris from Airwindows is when I'm not making sense, I will find my way to sense eventually. While I'm not making sense, if that is useful to you, Godspeed, much like you just said to me. And groove in relation to the spectrum over time. Yeah. I think about that stuff a lot. And to me, the interesting thing about it is the fact that, I don't know, it doesn't get a lot of respect, honestly. The fact that just the concept of groove is very interesting. And as it relates to frequency spectrum and as it relates to time. And I feel like you can fairly easily put together pieces of music that sound alive and cohesive by violating the snap to grid sensibility. You kind of have to be good at it, but that is fine. So let's, first of all, do this. Should be able to make a filter like that. In fact, this should actually just work. I must now see whether this works. I know that there's an unused variable. That's fine. Got to see whether the plugin runs before we start doing crazy things with it. Let's load up these drums. Pair 2, not going to be in recent effects. I only just made it. It's going to be interesting to see what we can make this do. There we go. Nonlin does absolutely nothing. Well, that was useless. On the other hand, now it's going to be in recent effects, so yay me. More polls. We're full dry. Nice thing about this is that if I do a nonlin and it does anything, we'll be able to enhance it using this large numbers of polls. And I could use a power function in here to make the alterations more interesting. Oh, and I can lock DC in here, I think. I think we've locked DC in. So here's our first questions. And by questions, I mean problems. And by problems, I mean stuff to do. Change the ballistics of the control. Ballistics actually applies more to things like VU meters. And I'm very excited to play with some. I have a new chance to start tackling the problem of doing something that can give me a meter. There's a guy that's making a new structure for using the plugin framework Juice, Pample Juice, and he seems to have the intention of making it accessible for people, so I'm going to give that a torture test. Because if I can use it, anybody can. I am a very dumb person as far as some of these things are concerned. So if I can make Pample Juice work, and in such a way where it seems to be in line with his intentions with the project, then odds are pretty good that it will continue to work, one hopes. And I may be able to continue to use it, and hopefully things are okay, and if they're not, there's somebody I can turn to who knows how to fix it and make it work better. And at that point, the word ballistics enters into things, because ballistics is normally how the needle moves on something like a VU meter. It's very important sometimes as to how your metering and stuff moves. When I say ballistics in this content, by changing the frequency control, putting a power factor in there, it's not really ballistics, but what it is doing is making it so that I can have that lower range of frequencies cover a larger area of the control, which is kind of like having energy cover a different area of the meter, which is why I'm thinking of the term ballistics for adjusting it. And again, see how it says 2? It could say 6. It could be all in the deepest bass, and then the very top of it becomes high frequencies again. But we're going to go with 2 for now. And we've got a unused variable, one that goes from 1 to a very large number. And the very large number is low on the control. Or is it? Yeah. The very large number is when the control is turned down, and that seems weird. It's probably because it's being used as a divisor. It's going from a 6 to a 1. So let's drag out the other one. And when I say other one, clearly you can see this is what I mean. Here's the other one. This is the one I'm fooling with. And Pample Juice does, I mean, if there's Airwindows fans who want to also get involved in Pample Juice, any of you might be better than me at that. And that would be completely fine. It would be delightful if other people jumped into it and went, oh yeah, great, this is easy. Then if I struggle, I know people who can help with it. There was some of that going on with Godot engine. I had people showing up to streams who knew all about it. And that's always cool. That's always a nice thing. Don't mind my stomach grumbling. So what we're doing is we are doing a thing like this. Dielectric scale. So low pass amount. Here is the control chasing algorithm. Low pass base amount becomes what we're using. And then low pass amount is that times dielectric scale. So if we were to do this, let's just use doubles for that. Same thing, really. The audio unit float 64 is a kind of double precision number that has been defined for the purpose of core audio. I honestly don't know what the deal is with why do that and not simply double. I don't know why they do that. Gabriel tried regular juice a couple of weeks ago. See, I would be completely lost with that. When that happens, I'm just stopped. Even if I could figure that out, then my brain just kind of shuts down and I can't deal with it. Let's take a moment to copy some of these things over. That some of this does not exist, and that's fine. That is fine. Because we're not doing 3 poles of IIR high pass. Instead, we are finding the bit that needs attention. Oh man, this is C. I know it says that it's C++, and the stuff up here counts as being C++, but the parts that I'm using are C. It's as simple as that. I'm not really dealing with C++ isms. So here's how a pair filter works. It's a variation on a hold filter. I'm reading off of my own comment. The variables are in arrays. I'm drinking the rest of my coffee, obviously. And we're going to try to figure out what bits of this do what. And that's going to involve, first of all, going into the H file and seeing that it goes samp, slew, left, right, left, right. So 0 is samp L1, 1 is slew L1. and we're doing a stereo thing. So we've got it kind of spaced out like this. Here's the bit that we're doing something with. Let me make a little space to make comments in. So, frequency control has an effect on this and may in fact be the part that we want to modulate, because we're successfully making a thing called dielectric scale. We're still not using the variable nonlin. Oh, no, wait. No, we will be. As soon as we compile this, we will be. We haven't compiled this yet, because if we do, this doesn't exist in the world of this program, only in the world of the previous program. Plus, we're not actually using an IIR low pass, so that doesn't even matter. So this will in fact build. Oh, but it won't, because we have input sample instead of input sample L. So what we're going to want to do is duplicate this over, because we do need to have both channels for this one. That seems straightforward enough. So now we've got this being essentially what it needs to be. And if we build it, now we have these as unused values. Yeah. No, it's going to be a chattery scattery day. Chattery scattery. And one thing we can do is just, at this point, we could just play with this. What I am wondering is how big these variables become compared to the other ones. So higher pressure times base amount times dielectric. So essentially, we should be able to take freq, where this variable is, and just include dielectric scale when we do that, at which point it will do something. What that something is a whole other story. But we're getting to the point where we can do this thing. We create this, and then we use it. It's the thing that adjusts as we change the control, and we can see what it does, because we are to the point of being able to use it. In fact, everywhere this appears, we could use it. Kind of like this. And then I'll change it for the one that goes to the right. Here's her left. I won't need all of these parentheses, but that's fine. I got some of those parentheses. And it'll stop it from breaking. And we're going to see what this does. Maybe it'll just break everything real aggressively. But there's the right. And we might not need to use it in all of these places. We're using it in all of these places just because that would technically be correct. Oh, and we have a problem. And you know, there's your problem. I forgot to take this stuff out. That doesn't belong there. There's your problem. The rest of it was fine. Now, let's see what we made. Let's see what we did. It might blow up real good. That's half the fun of this kind of thing. I have no idea what this is going to do. I know that Pair with Discord Welcome Home did a bunch, well no, Capacitor 2 with Discord Welcome Home did a lot of distortion. So we can play with this and see whether this also does horrifying distortion. Nonlen at 0. Pulls all the way up. Does it blow up immediately? No. What happens when we do this? Wild. Okay. Remembering also that the lowest setting of Nonlen is not actually completely not there. This is interesting. I feel like this is producing something that could work. I don't know exactly what it's going to mean yet, but I heard something and I thought it was an interesting sound. We go from this to this. It feels to me like I've got the extremely resonant pair filter there, but then when I turn Nonlen up, it is causing an interesting sort of focus, which I'm not sure you can hear, but I'm setting it to deep bass, and I have my subwoofers, and so it might be a little easier to hear stuff happening in the bass. And I know you can't hear it perfectly because it's only coming over speakers that the microphone is pointed away from, and that's just the risk that you run. Like, I'm kind of liking what's happening. There's an air around stuff, whereas that's just darker. And it's definitely bringing it up to the point where that is a frequency modulation strong enough to cause a distortion. See, here's the thing. If I can dial in the sound of that accurately enough, then we can do dry wet. And sort of magnify it. Like if I can get any kind of coloration, we can adjust it. Mid-range. This suggests that some of the correct numbers for this could actually be 1, 2, so on and so forth, which is useful. Whereas here's your raw filter. It's doing a thing. It's doing a wild thing. So I think I think we got there. Pair 2, this will suffice. I do want to check out what it's like with InVwet though. So there's your base. Streaming should not have died. On my end it says excellent connection. Oh. So here's another interesting question. How is this acting for a high frequency filter? And again, we've adjusted frequency in such a way that if we're using lots of poles on it and stuff, and it is going to I wonder whether this might be worth doing span, looking at what this produces. I'm really kind of only interested in what it sounds like, and I'm not sure at all that span is going to give me useful information. The changes in sound, span will easily lock into continuing tones, but stuff that is so rapidly frequency modulated, it's just going to make it act weird. It's not going to cleanly show me what I need to see. Anyways, the thought in mind was console MC uses pair for the high frequency to mid frequency crossover, where console LA uses another thing, and console X is likely to use Air 3. What would happen if we went nonlinear on that crossover and boosted highs? And we've got some nonlinear here already, so we can't sweep it all the way up so that there's nothing. So we're kind of hearing what nonlinear does here. Oh God, those are some very high peaks. Did you see that? Did you see what happened to the meters? Look at this. 55. That's not coming through to the speakers, but that's a lot. Yeah, we got spikes. A spike to 23. Drop it down. So going intensely nonlinear on the high frequency cutoff with lots and lots of poles. See, another thing that's going to happen is if I reduce poles, it's not going to do that as much. I'll demonstrate. There was a big old thump. Went thop. So that's clearly a weird thing. It keeps recovering though. It's not breaking the audio and then remaining broken. Normal poles is giving me a sharper cutoff. With the original pair filter, which I can bring out for this purpose. Well, let's go in search of it then. I thought it was in recent. P for peer. With the original pair filter, cuts off completely. Original pair filter also doesn't have the fine control over this, but yeah, so I can't really dial it in. But yeah, as I increase the pulse, it starts going down in pitch. So let's not bother with original pair filter anymore. This one, we can dial it right up to a very high frequency. But the stuff that's leaking through, this is nonlinear leaking through, because it's still present here. So maybe what I should do is set it up so that I can dial it back to next to nothing. So let's see. We're all figuring out how this worked. Maybe it's worth going and having yet another cup of coffee. It's 11:24. I could probably get away with it. Or put another log on the fire. This is all about figuring out how do I make this go in such a way where dielectric scale is 1 or increasingly what's included by input sample L, as made very asymmetrical. We can't just have one, well, could we have one modulated by input sample L, scaled by nonlinear? Could we? Because one thing about we have it multiplied by this. Let's simplify all this. One plus let's see what we get by simplifying all of this. You only need one parenthesis. And we're literally taking input sample L and modulating it from the center. So rather than only making it larger or smaller, it's going to do both. Then, times nonlinear only as a multiply. So we can go from 0 to 1. But we don't need to make it go to 6 anymore. Let's see what we have now. Build succeeded anyway. In order to use it, I'm going to have to dial it right down to 0 before putting it into action, because I believe that's going to be too strong. So before hitting play, oh, it's already at 0, okay. And we've got silence. There's our high pass. That part is working correctly. This is good. At 10 poles. It's nice that it lines up so well. And then as we sneak Nodlin up, we're starting to get that spikeness going on. And this is about where it was making problems before. So that's about our max. So if it's 0.25 is our max, we can roll that in. And that, of course, is a shifting of bits operation. So we're good for the moment, and the question becomes, do we need to apply dielectric scale in both of these places, or perhaps only in one? Well, there's one thing we can do to find out. That one applies it only here, and this one applies it only here. What happens if we do this? We may have just broken it twice. It'll be real interesting to see whether we broke two things, or just one, or nothing. There's two separate places in the algorithm where it tries to apply that, and I have now swapped it over. Let's see what we did. We can start with 0, just to be sure that nothing happens. Well, with one of them, we've got very different behaviors going on. So, on the left, it is still poking through. You can kind of see on the meters there. On the left, it is still poking through. And on the right, it's very well controlled. However, when we sweep it right down, the reverse happens. When we sweep it right, well, no, maybe not. Now let's swap it. So here's only left channel. And here's only right channel. Interesting. One thing about it, though, like, I'm not hearing a lot of effect out of that. The first one I am, the second one I'm not. Kick non-len all the way over to 0.25, which is what this now is. I can't say as I'm hearing much of a change there. Meaning that part is less sensitive than the first part. Let's get out of there. So we're still in the two sides maneuver, where I can listen to one or the other. Right is the one where, as we generate slew from this, this part is engaging, but the second stage is not. Pair x2 equals input sample r equals, and here's where we start setting up the next level. O&D, here's x is samp, x plus 1 equals slew. So x plus 2 is samp, x plus 3 equals slew. So sample equals input sample r equals slew. No, samp plus slew, it's the projection, it's the expectation. Because if this is, I'll add another note just to make it clearer. While I'm talking about it, I'm going to try to make it just aggressively clear. So that means x plus 2 equals samp right, and x plus 3 equals slew right. So here's the one that's not acting weird, and on the left it was still acting weird, because we're building this using this calculation, and with this we're not. So doing the next stage of sample involves frequency times input sample r, so the information going in again. This is the part that modulates. Slew is the modulating what slew says from here. Doesn't change much. So this is the one where it doesn't change much. We could turn it up more. I do not know whether that makes it, like, if this isn't doing anything, do we need it to be here? Do we have a change in this based on whether we're including that calculation? Like if you put it back into this, then this is what we had before, and this is I'm trying to remember which did something and which did not, right? So one of these bits did something and one of these bits didn't. If you think this is bad, you won't be able to believe what happens when the biquad starts doing this stuff, because that's going to get messy, messy, messy. That said, and we will be able to use dielectric scale L and dielectric scale R as other things in the array, thus further simplifying implementation of this. That comes later. Actually, that'll make it even more complicated, but it's still okay. We'll have it be x plus equals 6 instead of 4. And then we'll shuffle all of these things over. But for now, we're just going to leave it like this. Oh, I just saw something. Did you see what I just saw? I'm going to leave it as an exercise for the audience. Did you see what I just saw? This is not truly being a loop. It's not truly being a loop because we're only using dielectric scale as defined before hitting any filtering. So what we're going to end up with is quite different than this. And that's a big enough deal that maybe that's my next move right here. Right here and right now. No longer worried about whatever this was. Whatever this was. Like this side's doing this side's doing that. This side seems to be applying the thing, so it seems to need to be, this part has to do something. This part doesn't seem to do nearly as much, although I feel like it was still having something of a tone effect. The part that needs to matter is this needs to move in here. Kind of like this. Not only that, just doing that will cause this to work the way I was talking about. We're just going to put that back right now and run it the way I meant. I can build this into the array later. I may not even need, well, there's no special reason I can't though. It could be part of the algorithm. Let's do this bit first. Then this can go here because it goes left and right first. And guess what? We don't need to have the L and R on these anymore. That should still work. That should just straight up work, but also we will be able to hear it for the first time as intended. Let's see what it does. We've also put it back to fully stereo functioning. The experiment that I did wasn't really as interesting. It just made it kind of stop. One side kind of stopped, and then this is the bit that interests me. Now what's it going to sound like? Now that we are having a concerted effect, ten stages of pair filter. Okay, we're going to have an ability to apply more of an effect, that's for damn sure. We do not need to dial it back nearly as much. It doesn't have to be times 0.25. Let's see what it can do. Let's see what it can do. I'm gnawing on my lip a little more than I want to be. It's the tension of this line of work. Back over to the sound we've been hearing. Down to no non-lin. Now what do we got? Wild. So we can turn this into this. There's a something. I wonder what happens when you start feeding it pathological information. Because there's going to be a limit to what it's able to handle. I'm pretty confident we can make it break and explode by feeding it too much energy. Up, and we just did. It died. So let's quit out of here. Hopefully we haven't hurt our speakers, but I think it's very likely we have not hurt our speakers. I don't think we would have broken the DAC. Quick check. Have we hurt our speakers? Nope. Time to put in a sanity check. Dielectric scale, times dielectric scale. So that doesn't get to be a 0 as near as I can tell. We got to clamp it. We got to clamp it to... This is modulating the frequency with frequency modulation based on what the sample actually is. Similarly to how in capacitor 2, it's modulating the cutoff frequency based on the amount of pressure applied to the dielectric of the capacitor, on the assumption that according to the Murata ceramic capacitor datasheet, you should be careful because as you apply voltage to the capacitor, the cutoff frequency or the capacitance goes up. Or actually it would be pressure makes the capacitance go down, causing the cutoff frequency to go up. And that's apparently a thing, particularly with these ceramic capacitors. And this is what we're trying to dial in, but we do need to make it so that it doesn't explode. So let's throw in some sanity checks. This is also a fine place to cut down this number so that it takes up less space. Dielectric scale. We can in fact just call it dielectric modulation, because we're scaling frequency, and frequency is what causes the cutoff frequency to do a thing. So that basically makes sense. And that means that our if statements we should restrain it and not have it literally, well, maybe I'm trying to decide whether it going negative is causing the problem or it going too high is causing the problem. Like, because we can have frequency be 0. Under some circumstances, frequency is 0. And frequency being 1, yeah. So maybe we can just dial this in until it works. And let's call it 2 for absolute max. And then we'll rein it in from there, because it's supposed to be hovering around 1. It is, in fact, sweepable frequency, yes, Facomas. That's something I was using to dial in some of the console things, and I see no reason not to include that, especially since we're getting to incorporate the original pair filter inside this. So this will be a standalone pair filter which does have a fully sweepable frequency rather than detented. Now let's quickly see whether we can make this explode or not. Does this cause the behavior to be controllable, or does it continue to be explodey town? We were able to make it explode using just this. Oh, so I'm literally going to not even monitor it. I know all too well that this is explodey town. See? 558 dB, 493. See these numbers? These are dB numbers. So that is called a large peak. Silence. And there's our 500-ish numbers again. So this is clearly not awesome. It looks like it's trying to behave now, but it's lying. And we have infinite peaks still. So let's see whether we can dial it in just a hair. This is not going to be perfectly symmetrical, but I do not care. Oh, I think I see where part of the problem could lie. Frequency times die should not be larger than 1. However, I see where that could be handled. See how we're using frequency times die literally everywhere it appears? that means this can start incorporating. This. That has to be simple R. That means that it can't be less than 0, but 0 is safe. There's nothing wrong with 0, but it also can't be larger than 1. And we can trap it in that way. And then it'll be safe to turn the speakers on again. Oh, hang on. Can you not? Because we are trying to control its insanities. And we've probably succeeded in controlling its insanities. So there. Now we are including frequency in our calculation. And now we're going to see whether it still blows up. In fact, I'm going to do that in silence again. I'm pretty sure this caught the problem, but I got to be completely sure. I think you'd have to have 2. And I'm not sure how much sense that makes, but not the craziest idea. It's just that I don't think I can make it be a notch or a dip like a biquad can be. It's not going to work that way. If this works, well, there's a big peak though. Have I failed to do something correctly in the other channel? Oh, I have. Look at that. Look at this. Here's your problem. If I fix, I'm glad that I didn't turn the speakers on. I probably wouldn't have heard anything, but there's our 500 dB spike right there. Now that that has been corrected to be the same as the other one, then, ooh. What if it's through 0 frequency modulation? All I have to do is do fabs, absolute value, and then it'll be through 0 frequency modulation. And that might be easier than the if statement. And let's find out what it does. And that'll make it tend to be doing something even when, and we can put that sanity check literally right there. My stomach is rumbling, but rightly so, because I think that'll work. I usually don't put additional statements when I'm having a variable defined, but I think it'll work. And now we've got that 1 0 instead of 2 0, because there was your problem. It's causing freaky runaways. And now let's do one final test. To see where we've got to. Splody. No splody. I think I'm going to be able to, I'm not sure how high this is peaking, mind you. Oh, and it's capturing DC, as one might do if you drop the filter of a IR style filter down to 0, literally. Yep. But we can turn on our speakers now. Original and nonlinear. Oh yeah, that sounds very different. In fact, I think I kind of like it. I like what this is doing. That's got a meaty additional edge on the subs there. And here's no, and then fully nonlinear. Crunchy. So what happens if we have other settings? Interesting, that texture comes in quite quickly. Like with nothing, we've just got this. Full texture. You can hear it throwing that kind of crunch in there, but it shows up real quick. It shows up by 0.25. Yeah, there's a whole crunchy thing coming on. Nothing to it but to hear it on some guitars as well. Bring out the crunch. Yeah, we can make it go super crazy nonlinear. In fact, we can put the same power function onto this, knowing that the high ranges, we don't need to be anywhere near here. It's kicking in by here. And here's our poles. Still clicks a bit. Just for fun, let's try a different kind of thing. I think I've got one of these. what did I call it? Synth Zox? Do I have one of these? I know I've got it on the regular computer. Sawtooth is not what I'm thinking of. DI guitar, signs, nope. Not signs. Maybe I don't have this here. That seems odd. Why wouldn't I? Well, we're going to have this here right now. There is a thing I can look for. And it can be procured by me going to desktop and finding my sounds. And dragging this onto the SD card so I can move it over. I've got a raw synthesizer wave. I'm looking to use that. I think it's ready to go. Let's find out what we made. Hello, shuttle. There you are. And we're going to command drag that so it copies it. Kick the SD card out of here again. Back on with you. Zox Riff Original Wave. Oh. Use the speakers, sir. As you know, this is what I used in the video game that has still not come out. That became a riff in a video game. But it can also be a way of testing out the... Darn it. Shame on you. Silly thing. Well, let's make it twice as loud before we go from there. And we're going to make it be a stereo channel. And we're going to save it so we can actually use it for these things. And this time it should work. Have all the poles, all the resonance we can do. So here's what it sounds like without that. Add non-lin. I do hear zipper noise here. So it never really gets resonant. But it does have a very subtle little character to it. way. But with nonlin, we start to get a little flavor. That's kind of cool. Compared to this, it's got a lot more character with this. And let's apply it and see what happened. And oh, look, this is what we got. We made a bunch of these. They seem to be exactly 2 samples wide. No, they don't. Can be. So we got a little tail on the end from that extreme high passing. And a little pre-filtering behavior. And that's what it looks like to crank this one out as far as it will go. Interesting. I think that's accurate to what it's supposed to be doing. Interesting. And then that is our original sound, which is captured live from a synth. So this is more or less what you get when your digital to analog to digital converter is capturing a really sharp wave out of analog. Is it will filter it and convert it into a thing kind of like this. There's overshoot, but you'll notice that it's kind of keeping the overshoot from being too exaggerated. It's a bit of a peak there. There's a bit of a post ring, but that's the process of the filtering in place as it's given a super sharp pulse wave, a triangle like this, complete with changes of angle like this. That's the frequency change as it hits. And then the way we end up getting these frequencies to work, you'll notice that this is in different places, and that's because it is encoding phase information. I am not sure whether I can legitimately say it is phase information higher than the Nyquist frequency, but this is how it manages to capture stuff coming in when the spike may or may not be on a sample boundary. It doesn't stair-step it. Instead, this intermediate sample moves from low to high based on where in that microsample the spike was. And the reason we've got it there rather than no intermediate sample and just a giant spike is because it's a Lavery converter that is capturing a infinite speed spike there off of the guts of a Zox box. It's literally the output transistors off of a Zox box. So it's effectively way beyond 96K or 44K or whatever you'd want to call it. I think this was originally a 96K capture, so we will tell it, yes it is, at which point, that's what it really was. And so that is what a good converter does when given an infinite speed vertical spike. It went from here to here in way less than the amount of time between samples, and the encoding is doing its level best of representing that by swooping back in this direction. And there's indeed a little sort of upward swoop there. It does fall down to this point. That is coming off. Oh, I wonder. No, it looks very much as if it's swooping up into the jittery bit there. And that's fine. Nothing so wrong with that. Also, no, that's just a changing pitch. See how it goes up to there? And that's how sample rate works. And this is how this would be a nice filter for a bass in something like VCV Rack. It's got a texture. It's got a tone. Compared to the raw source, which is more boring. Cool. It's waiting on me to ask if I want to save. I'm going to not. And I'll tell you why. Actually, no, I am going to save this, but after putting it to 96K, which is the change that I made. Boop. That should do. Alrighty, so next thing I'm going to do is go and make another cup of espresso. And I think throw another log on my fire. The fire needs more attention. So we're going to switch over to that before finishing up pair 2. And at the end of the day, diving into biquads and seeing what we can do with this same behavior, but as applied to biquads. So, off to do the stuff. Hopefully I won't need to use too many logs these days, and I won't run out, because next week it's supposed to get cold again. That is maybe not going to be awesome if I don't have enough firewood. And I'm earning less on Patreon this month, but it's still enough to cover for the firewood, but I can't just order firewood. I have to lay it in for the winter. I didn't really lay in enough, honestly. You would think I was up in Finland in the snow or something, which is not actually true. I am in a relatively suburban place. But we're still heating with firewood. Fancy firewood. Relatively modern wood stove. Oh, Gabriel, you are from Finland. Cool, cool. Yeah, that's cool. I think this will also make the design of the filters for future versions of console easier, and I feel like that's going to give some nice results. So I have a good feeling about this one. This seems nice. Let me get my coffee and we'll get back into it. Alrighty. Alrighty, so this is kind of neat. Going okay. We're not really going to get a good synth filter out of this, although I could exaggerate it. Another thing about it is that we need to have a look at what it's doing on actual frequency response, because the pair filter does have some unusual characteristics, and I'm interested in seeing what those do. So we're going to jump back to looking at this stuff. Clear out some of my things. I have my heart set on doing some more vinyl record captures. I've been buying vinyl records. For instance, I have a copy of Sticky Fingers that is different than the copy that I've had ever since I was a kid. Thing is, the record that I've had ever since I was a kid was beat to crud. And it is possible that the one that I have just bought is not beat to crud, and so I'll actually be able to hear it properly, and that would be kind of neat. Because anything like Rolling Stones records, Steppenwolf records, forget it, they're going to be trashed. And how interesting if there is a change to that, if there is an exception to that rule. So what are we doing? First thing we're doing is pow nonlin. For controllability, and because how much of this can I smooth? Right now I don't think we're smoothing a damn thing, and I wonder to what extent might that be good. Poles won't matter. Freaking nonlin might. Wet could. So I've just made one change. We're not actually using, well, for one thing, I'm not sure how much we're using overall scale, so I should be looking into that and finding out what because that is applying to frequency. That said, the way this is being designed, we need to be able to run from 0 to 1. So it won't actually relate very much to this. We can still do that like this. Don't need these notes anymore. There we are. This is me thinking about what must I do for parameter smoothing to make this work like the Z-class filters did. Some of these notes are for the original pair filter. We don't need them everywhere. My brain's just shorting up because there are multiple different things I need to figure out, and I can't figure them out both at once or all at once. I don't need to change this because it turned out this is just fine as an additional variable that lives in here. So frequency and nonlin definitely could use a smoothing factor. and we're going to not build it into the pair filter stuff, because part of what we're doing with this is making fixed point crossovers. And fixed point crossovers don't need to be smoothed, but EQ filters do. I'm questioning whether nonlin actually needs to be smoothed. Freak does. Kind of anywhere that a Basie frequency being modulated would create an effect. I'm also curious as to whether we can just exaggerate this even more. We'll add lots more of this. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There we are. So now it goes up to 16 rather than just 10. And it automatically compensates for that. Now let's see what we did. Still not smoothed though. We're still not smoothed. Do we have lots of extra windows kicking around? Not really. Let's fire up the old Zox riff and see what we have. Eyeballing my wood stove to see whether it's behaving itself, whether I need to make it have more wood in it, burn hotter. Now the downside of having 16 stages is that it's more awkward to calculate poles this way, but it's still doable. I'm listening to some of these bass notes. I wonder if I can stick in a thing that would make the frequency control not lock in DC. I mean, logically, I can just tuck it up a tiny amount. Also, I said I was going to do this one thing. Here's noise. Here's an effect stack. Let's see what this thing really does. I can see that, can we? Yes, we can. No non-lin. And that is a straight little angle. And interestingly, the more we're adding all of these, and it's acting like a pretty normal acting filter, which is not always the case with these. I haven't experienced it to always work that way. Like with fewer poles, sometimes it's acted kind of funny. I do not see a multiple stage dip here. All it's doing is getting steeper and steeper. Whereas there have been some cases where the original pair filter was giving me like a dip below the point. Oh, but maybe that has to do with having there be wet in there. In this case, oh, see, that's what I was talking about. So we're now exploring what causes that notch and what we can do about it. It's not necessarily a wholly bad thing. We are just observing that if we have full wet, we're doing something, but if we start introducing it from dry, we're seeing what looks very much like an additional dip. And that's significant. That has to do with the way we're adding and subtracting and combining these things. It's not unreasonable to do, for instance, in a filtering that's meant to act like, say, a tape head bump, because audio tape head bump includes an octave up. There's a little notch, and it acts and looks a little bit like this. In fact, we can find it. Like we got one stage, 2 stages is darker, 3 stages darker, and we keep seeing that little notch getting tighter. Then it's starting to flatten out again, and that's interesting. But I'm not sure whether I'm not seeing another even tighter notch. Sure enough. Look at that. In some circumstances, we're seeing a notch around the cutoff that's like a resonant behavior, only it's not. But it's not even non-linear yet. Non-lin. makes it do this. That's causing a effect. No question about that. I wonder whether it's mostly just doing that. Like, what can we observe out of how that's working? Or indeed in inverse. I can observe whether it changes. Signs point to no. We can run a we can run the filter on the whole thing and see whether it ended up giving us a offset. Down to 0. We have a fairly loud filtration, and then let's take it back off of perfectly 0 so that it's more like an actual waveform. Give it even more poles to enhance the effect. And let's see what this looks like when we apply it, and then and maybe save the stack. In this rather unhelpful state. Apply it, close it, and let's look and see. Oh, yep, we got something going on here. This is an interesting concern. We do not want full-on DC offset out of the output of this algorithm, so it's just as well that we didn't dive too deeply into playing with it. There's more to be done, more coffee to be drunk for figuring this one out. For one, let's start by here is high frequency. It's not supposed to be doing anything, and yet this might be adding that DC also. Compared to this, or inverse would theoretically be the opposite direction. So that looks a little bit like we got a permanent DC offset built into there. It does cross 0, but it's spending a lot of its time sitting around above the notch. Pretty sure also that if I did the opposite, we do indeed get the opposite behavior. That is not the only thing that this algorithm does, but that is a thing that is happening, and so we got to go and figure out what is making it happen. Start with, we're back to our default. Let's play with it a little bit. Here is hopes. I feel like there was a DC offset thing that was playing into a previous incarnation of this. There's that DC offset coming in, and then remove nonlin, and it drops away again. How quickly does it come in? Capable of being boosted up quite a lot. If we have it boosted up, Startled myself. Interesting. One pole and we've already got it. And then it looks much the same. Yeah, one pole and it's already there. So what's going on here? It's rushing over to this spot and just hovering. We're also going to do a little quick sanity check on the thing that we've been listening to the whole time. And now we're going to go and see what happens if we, in fact, What if we have lots of poles and lots of filtering? So here we have inv wed that's just raw signal, nothing wrong with that. We have all the poles, all the nonlinear, frequency down quite low, but this time it's not providing a intense nonlinearity. However, if we did it over the entire thing where we've also got high frequency sound, remembering that high frequencies is what characterizes white noise. Excuse me. High frequencies characterized as white noise. As the guitars kick in, we start to see a lot of stuff going on. Then as they fade out, we return to no DC offset. This suggests that we can do an experiment on our noise sample to see whether we're just getting fooled by this is what happens when you throw too much highs at it. Because this does not necessarily have to go down to silence. It didn't start as silence. Fade out. So, blast of 100% noise. Most difficult filtering case. If we apply pair 2 in exactly the same way, what's going to happen is our offset zooms up to this massive DC offset, which is what we produce when we're hammering it with lots of highs that are being filtered off, but then it goes back down again. That means this algorithm is not going to get DC stuck in it unless it's being forced into that. And I'm fairly comfortable with that. The one thing I do want to also try, however, is if we have like no poles, poles of 0.002, it is again doing the same thing. It's just not filtering it out as well. You never can tell what people are going to throw at audio. That's the thing. So You were supposed to be able to filter out stuff. The question becomes, is it in fact highs that are causing that to happen? It's been cold lately, so I've been outside. It's not been that cold lately, but hang on. Hang on again. Do we have last filter? No, we don't. That's fine. We'll just do this. Then now this is darker. Now when we hit it with pair 2, without a lot of highs to confuse things, and we'll give it all the poles in the world. Okay. Bassy sounds aren't causing it to throw a DC offset. When it's doing filtering of extremely high frequency stuff, that's when it can throw DC offset. Which is what we're doing here. We don't even have any frequency sounds at all. This is all purely subsonic. Out of this. So just for laughs, we will try to make it high pass this way. Very non-lin. It's a high pass. And if we do this, we're going to get a high passy thing, but it's going to throw some funny artifacts, which look like this. And if we were to try to do the same thing but without non-lin, because non-lin, I think we can predict that non-lin is going to be a little weird and odd, and there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But 16 poles of pair 2, no nonlinearity. Wahey. Behaves itself beautifully well. And for that matter, if we were to do that, and just not crank up the nonlinearity to the ridiculous extent? Here's the one that causes thumps. We can kind of dial it in to where we've got some non-lin, but it's not really causing problems, because this is large amounts of it. That's none. And that's just a little bitty. Mostly well behaved. occasional weirdness. Yeah, all in all, I think that's going to work out. I think we're getting ready to finish up our explorations here and start looking into biquads. And that's going to be messy, but they're not going to be stacked up in the way these are. Last of the coffee. Wood stove is hanging in reasonably well. So that's one thing off of the bucket list for today. That's what this was meant to be, what it was meant to do. I do remember wanting to put smoothing in here, and I could see how that would be good. We could flip over some of these things, like as long as we're doing this. We can put the poles down here. I'm contemplating trying to set it up so that it's doing a wet-dry calculation and smoothing the wet-dry. The thing that concerns me about the poles is I don't think there's any way I can smooth it. But we can smooth the other things. And if we move this down here, let's move all of these things over, shall we? We're not actually going to be trying to do this, but what we're going to try to do is another thing. And it will involve digging up old projects. So that I can implement this the way it's meant to be. There's the stuff. So things are labeled A and B. Then we'll get the code out of here. And freak A, non-len A, wet A. However, we're going to use the raw output for that. Don't necessarily need to do the other. We can use the scaled version of, yeah, let's use the power function in that. Wet A, however, is going to be the raw input. So freak A, non-len A, and wet A. I can't remember things for 2 seconds, can I? It was the thing I just said. be the most likely default settings. We can have freak start at 0.5 for the first bit. So within one sample buffer, this will go to what the sample setting is, but it will start without that. So we want to make it do something sensible, one hopes, or not. There we go. No, those are variables, and so we can use them for things, much like this. And here's the part where we actually we needed to call them B. Not A. And we need to update these like this. Lastly, uses the previous one and then sets the new value as the end of the next buffer. But double is not what we want to write there. That was a simple mistake of some kind. Not only that, we don't even want it to write double there. Let's make all of those go away. We're not defining them here. Not at all. Heavens no. Alrighty. And now we're instantiating these things here, so we are going to do this kind of thing. Let's just grab this and then throw it in. We're going to edit all of this out again, but so we got no biquad A's. We got no interpolation code. We'll get into that later. But we're going to be using this formulation to do these things. Except for here. So, struggling with this. Struggling. How about we instantiate this like this? That will in fact give me the correct value. But then we got to go in knowing that it's starting out at 0 to 1. We got to offset it, so we got to floop these around like this, and then reinstantiate this to be that and the other. Forgive me if my words are strange and unclear. Because this wet is 0 to 1, but then we are changing it. And that ought to give us a smooth dry wet. I'm going to do the same thing for these other bits. So and those have the power functions in, so we don't need them twice. All we need to do is change the words associated with this stuff. Thusly. This is not nearly as hard as I'm making it look. I guess I burnt myself out pretty good trying to do the original work that was creative work. And having done that, I am now deeply fried. Just in time to do the biquad side of things. Go figure. And we don't need any of that. And as difficult as I made that look, I think we got there. So let's find out if that is true, that I got there. Well, it built anyway. We're going to do the bass riff. It'll be easier to hear. Full wet, full non-lin. And let's put a minimum frequency while we're at it, seeing as we're using it as a synthy filter that we can drop down to subsonics. Maybe I can even define what that actually is. Shall we try to define what that actually is? Let's see what we can do with it. If we have our bass going, full on silence, at what point do we get it down to essentially nothing? We should be able to filter it down to nothing without getting bass stuck in it like this. I should have span on for this. Although I can just use my ears, honestly. Got it set up to such a place where we really aren't getting anything. Interesting. We do that, and then it drops away and goes away. So how fast does it drop away when it does that? That's a note. I am hearing notes. I do not know what Daft Punk uses on the drums in their song Give Life Back to Music. Nope. I do not know. .01. If it's at 0.01, it starts at a level and then falls back very quickly, which I think might have to do with the control smoothing I've just put in. Also, this is a continuous sound. So maybe we doctor the audio to give us some silence so that we can hear how quickly it returns to silence, and I'll call that the frequency. Falls away pretty good. Comes back because there is audio. Falls away pretty good. The speed at which it falls away looks like that's the meter. It should be just instantly gone. Yeah, that's the speed of the meter. That's not me. Now if we have it at 0, we're not getting anything. If we have it at 0.001, we're not getting any new sound coming in. That's probably okay. The frequency is creeping up though. Yikes. Hee hee hee. Didn't expect that. Nonland to 0 all of a sudden. Oh, I know why that is. This is poles now. Let's fix some of our problems, shall we? Here's one. It goes nonland, then poles, then wet now. That is not what it says on the tin. No, sir. Maybe we should just have it cranked up all the way immediately? I don't think anything from Daft Punk is ever a popular audiophile song, especially if they do that. But then the audiophiles I know of are the vinyl record classical music listeners. We are. I could do a power function. Well, no, that seems dumb. If I do a power function on the poles, it will give a more controllable amount, but we don't necessarily use it that way. Here we are for controls. And we're going to do one little thing in here. We are not using cycle end for anything this time. except for 001 times 00. Oh, so and there's our floor stopping us from trapping DC. And I'm going to try it and see if it worked. And we may be just about done with this, and I'm rather pleased that this ended up so simple. This did not end up unreasonably complicated. Plus, depending upon how nonlin works in practice, we might just be able to simplify this equation. Just possibly. Let's see how far we got. I think that was everything. Not quite ready to close it just yet, but I am ready to copy it to the desktop because we might be done with that. And then let's fool with some of these things, like for instance, an overly basic track. I tried to get this copied to this computer so that I could run it in Logic and make stems out of it. And I failed because this is off of a CDR that I cannot recapture. And that's most unfortunate, although I did at least get Discord. Welcome home. So that's better than nothing. Or you're hanging on to DC more than I would like. It's falling away enough, but that's super not correct. We can do much better than that. How about 10 times as fast to fall off? That minimum setting, that'll get you. Very good. Or not. What does it think it's doing? That's weird. Although it is, no, I guess that seems legit. That's what you do when it's trying to filter itself to silence, but you have all the nonlin in the world there. Here's the thing. We're successfully making some of the peaks be louder than the original song. Rough sound. So there is a thing that can be tried. Let's throw on our heavy rock and see what that does with some of these edges. Hey, Lost Crow. Doing reasonably okay for a heavy work day. Okay, I'm pretty happy with where this is going. Although the number of poles I'm using is excessive. And there's my highs. Interesting. So this is the kind of situation I'm going to get into if I try to use this as a crossover. We can turn it back up now. You wouldn't have been able to hear any of the stuff I was doing. So there's my lower frequencies. Dry, lows and mids, and there's where the highs are. So it gets kind of sputtery over here. Here is the very plain version. And around about here is where we get some energy coming in. So we are able to isolate highs pretty well this way. And there we get our crackliness. So I have a curiosity. Inverse of golden ratio, anyone? It's just a sort of ghost of weird, crazy artifacts and things. This is only the highest of highs. And if we were using it as the other side of the filter, we'd get this. This many poles is giving me some weird artifacts. We don't need this many poles. Some truck outside slamming a door. This is cutting off below the chug. With this amount of non-lin, we are hearing some of the gristle on the hats and things, but it's actually behaving mostly just like noise. And that's taking all the crazy highs out. But there's still a lot of lower highs, obviously there. So if we were to roll those off, as it stands, I like what it did to the snare. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with where this is sitting. I'm pretty happy with where that's going. What else can we do? I've got a track here, or a piece of music and stuff, which includes large amounts of really, really high frequencies off of the initial recording. So if I do the same thing to this, there is our high band. And now let's play with a noise source and see what are now finished V-Trick on monitoring 3 is used to record vocals. Monitoring 3 goes on the master bus. When you set monitoring 3 to V-Trick, what it is doing is summing both of the channels to mono and then flipping the phase on one of the sides. What that does is if you are listening to speakers and you place a microphone exactly between the speakers pointing at you, the output of the speakers that you can still basically hear with your ears should cancel out as it reaches the microphone, because each of the speakers, being an equal distance from the microphone, is doing exactly an out-of-phase behavior because it's been made into mono and then one of the channels is flipped. That is assuming that you need to record vocals either with speakers playing into your ears in the room without wearing headphones, or, for instance, if you wanted to be wearing headphones but maybe they're like open back and you just want absolutely minimal bleed. It'll still bleed if it's slightly off axis. It'll bleed if you're wearing headphones and you tilt your head, will cause there to be a sort of phasey thing coming in. But V-Trick is for taking two speakers and having them not show up in the microphone because they cancel each other out. That's what that is for. Pair 2, engage. Let's see what we got. Remembering that we don't want that much non-lin. 0.4 was about the point at which it sounded like something worth having. Whoops. See that? That's interesting. A little painful, but interesting. We've got a shape going on with this particular cutoff. Producing a little bit of a peak inverse. Is a fairly smooth cutoff. I think we can live with that. Also notice that the slight bump down here is going to be canceled back out again if you make two bands and then balance them. So let's do this thing where we have a small amount of dry signal peeking in, which is where we have this interesting cancellation, which is part of the sound of this filter. And it's still part of the sound of the filter without any nonlinearity. But it can become less intense as we have fewer stages, until we get to a certain number of very few stages and it comes back again, which is interesting. One stage, pretty smooth. 2 stages, we have a notch. 3 stages. Now we don't have a notch anymore. Nonlin only does the tonal behavior and throws a little bit of DC because we are hitting large amounts of just raw high frequency stuff, and that's what's causing that. We're filtering blast of pure white noise. That's why this is the way it is. And the notch seems to be dependent upon the amplitude level of our white noise. So there's a point where it's maxed. It's going to be some kind of phase thing. Ooh, my fire's going out again. Yeah, so, oops. So there we have a notch, and it's at a specific volume level. Meaning as you apply the balancing, if you go full on, you get cancellation. As you balance it, you can have a little bit of there. As you bring in a little, well, I mean, the thing with this is that it is indeed a wild reduction in volume, but I'm trying to set some of my console filters to be able for the band to go to literal 0. And that brings in weird phase anomalies and things, but I want those to be there in case they prove useful in mix. I want you to be able to, take the blast of white noise, filter it out, sweep it up a little bit, and have a really, really, really strong effect. And then maybe be doing, let's pretend we have a real steep filter, and we ended up with some nonlinearity. Then, as you start applying the super steep filter, you start getting a characteristic in there at just this point when we're trying to bring that in. And then as we continue, there's a zone in there where it's sort of, see how it's pivoting on 1K? That's the kind of stuff I'm looking to be able to do. Like all the little controls and their interactivity should seem almost alive from their ability to balance around things like this. It's pivoting around 1K, but now it's higher. Now it's pivoting around 2K. We'll make it pivot around 3K. And you can kind of hear the frequency in there. Oh, well, I mean, this is... No, actually it's Holt that all this comes from, not Halt. So we got a roll off there. And we are absolutely pivoting around 3K. And we get to do a real steep cancellation right here, but then it goes back away again. And if we have it in this slightly notchy behavior, we can dial where this one balances, or actually, interestingly, pulse does not seem to be like fewer poles is just giving me a steeper notch. That's real interesting behavior. So that's some wild stuff. That's stuff where the individual setting of the control winds up having almost a voice to itself. Although sometimes it's pretty straightforward. This is it low passing and high passing, like there would be your high pass. When you look at it, it looks crazier than it sounds. There's your low pass. And these behaviors are basically the same as the original pair filter. It is the nonlinearity that's been added to it. So, I'm going to call that adequate. That seems like that could just work out. I'm tempted to add this functionality. Maybe I'll do that later. See, I've got an EQ and a light EQ in here, and those are for helping me make the console plugins. And I have a giant pile of stuff here that can all be moved down just a bit to incorporate the new thing, which can sit right here, because it needs to be made into a VST, and then I'll be able to put it out. It's not going to be instant, but I should be able to do that before terribly long. Got these to go through. We have not yet done discontinuity, disintegrate, and distance 3. I'm okay with that for now, because my head's on the filter modulating. Maybe we'll get back into discontinuity on Thursday. Pretty sure this is the one with the or not. Huh. This is not the correct way of doing this. Interesting. Okay, so well, if biquad 2 is not correct for this, then maybe we'll just go for calling it biquad 3 and go from there. Pretty sure this is not going to be a stereo plug. Or is it? If I built it out of Z low pass, then what we have? Oh, except for I'm going to have a lot more. But some of this stuff, I just don't know. I just don't know. You know what? I just don't know. It will be great like every week. Well, remember that my coding sometimes is real torturous every week. We'll see. Let's open something. I really don't know whether I want to do a stereo or not. Given that I'm going to be using this in as many console pieces as I can, and that those are all going to be stereo plugins, I feel like maybe I want to start with a stereo and see whether that is even laid out the right way. This is not laid out the right way. No, no, no. So I'm not going to want that. And let me throw another log on my fire. This is ridiculous. I'm burnt. I am burnt and my fire is not. That's not the right state of affairs. It's supposed to be the fire that's burnt, not me. We'll fix that. Although, frankly, it's not really very cold here right at the moment. I would not call this cold feeling, but at the same time, I don't actually want to feel really cold right at the moment, so all good. Maybe I'll do this and then go and make a final cup of coffee for the day, and that will carry me through this last difficult burst. Maybe I'll do a biquad that doesn't get put out as a biquad because it's just for my own internal use. And save those for later. I could do a biquad that's just only for my own internal use. Toad's going to do that thing because my energy and attention is not holding up. Alrighty. We're going to see what we can do with the last 3 hours of stream. I am desperately trying to figure out, maybe I should just take the original biquad, and biquad 3 will be this experiment, and biquad 2 was one kind of filtering experiment. I feel if I can find the correct place to put the modification, I can translate it to the ultrasonic filters like I'm using in all the ultrasonic filter plugins, such as Console 8 and so on. Let's see. Alrighty. That wood stove is going great guns. I could probably put the damper on. That'll stretch its heat out a little bit. We're looking good as far as time on the timer. And for what it's worth, we have managed to do a nice little synthy filter kind of thing, which should end up useful for some people sometimes. And back we go into the breach. So I no longer like the idea of biquad 2 for this. Let's just work out, well, let's check and see whether there's anything else. I've got other stuff. I forget what biquad 1 was supposed to be. Oh, I think I know. There we go. This appears to be a stereo filter with the enum. This is the one I'm going to want to use, because I'm going to want to use stuff where it has this type of range of controls. Plus, does it also have? Hello? Yes, it does. This is also the one that's designed to be smooth, like these Z filters. Bingo. Bingo, got there. So maybe we come up with some kind of cool name for it, seeing as this is all of the things except for the non-linearity, the frequency modulation, the whatever it was called, the capacitor 2 effect. And here we are. That's basically it. And then we got a couple of extra types. Ones that require additional controls, and I'm not putting that in. But it's here. It's here in the source of biquad plus for people who want to incorporate that. So there we have wait, what am I doing? I'm a little ahead of myself. This is not the one I'm working on. This is the one I'm copying from. All that stuff needs to stay there. Let's scan up a little bit to see what I expect to see, which is weird. Okay. This is incorporated as being a stereo plugin of which I'm using only one channel. Alrighty then. Kind of messy, but there you go. Let's just use it anyway. New project. Not with CocoaView. That in this case means stereo build. Biquad, what have I been calling this? What have I been calling this? It fell right out of my brain. Everybody says, this will be great, just like every week, and then everybody has now left. But that's fine, because people could be watching this later. Never can tell. Like, people can be watching it weeks later. or do a binge of Airwindows coding day streams. I love the fact that people are like, oh, this is so soothing. Like, no, I'm tearing my hair out. This is how this happened, is tearing my hair out from coding this stuff. Drinking my coffee even though it's almost 2. And we were calling it can't open anything yet. What were we calling this, guys? Dielectric? We were calling it dielectric. And since we can't really call this biquad dielectric, we got to find what we were calling. Maybe I can go to the Finder. See, Finder's available. I can go to the Finder, and then to the desktop, and then my plugins, and then look up where I got all of this in hopes of finding something that is even vaguely useful. There was some talk in the Capacitor 2 plugin itself, and I can look at its code. So what do we call this version of biquad? We call it and we don't apparently have the information here either. That's most unhelpful. Oh, we'll call it biquad barium titanate, right? I'm looking like mad for the information that I need, and I'm not finding it because my brain's fried from too much coffee and having to do new things, which I do every week. So it's like, pff, what's the deal there? Biquad voltage, biquad capacitance, biquad swings, biquad nonlinearity, biquad dielectric scale. What did I call it in the control? Non-lin. Fair enough. I think we have our answer. Biquad non-lin is the name of it. I don't know whether it's going to work and be shared with people. Gilhern, this is around the time where I either burn out or start getting really good results. It's going to be more like 8. And it is happy times when stuff is going really well and rather painful when it's not. But yeah, I mean, Gilhern, have you done lots of programming for stuff you liked? Because the thing is, it's not really about work ethic. It's about, oh, I think I know what to do now. And then getting hooked into the sort of addictive nature of just one more change. If you watch any of my videos, you'll notice that it works kind of like that. When it's a live stream, and it's a really long live stream, and it's coding, whether it be on Godot, whether it's audio, it gradually starts to come together until I sort of know what I'm doing. And then the next thing you know, it's all about, oh my God, I got to do this. I got to do that. What did I call by QP? Okay, so we're going to call this by something else. By NL. Minnow. And we're going to clone over the stuff that lives in biquad plus, because then we're going to change it. This is just the busy work section of the day. And we're going to run from here and go from there. but we're going to need a little more. So I can't just only do this. Non-lon, ban-lon, non-lin. We've been calling these controls input controls, and then let's reverse the placement of that. And when we copy over the other bit, we'll incorporate what needs to be incorporated. Incorporated. And this stuff gets copied over too. Just like that. How's that look? That looks good. I think that part's good. Onwards. Yeah, that's the I mean, coding in the sense that I do it. Ooh, we're going to need to include some of this. And edit some of this. Because this is actually going to be that, and that is going to be this. And we got there, I think. Time to go on from there. Admirably simple here. There's not much there. Then from overall scale down, just literally, well, no, not literally everything, because they're not going to continue copying this. That can just live in biquad plus. We don't need to make a bunch of notes about how you could have a bandpass or like what, oh, I know what peak is. That's basically like, yes, here you have flat, except for there's your bandpass added to it. And I don't care for it, so we're not going there. But it can do it. It can do it. I assemble my stuff differently. Let's see if it builds. It won't build the first time, but maybe it'll build the second time. If it doesn't build the second time, I am off to solve what happened and went wrong. Second time. Second time's lucky. Or rather than lucky, I copied the correct things over. However, I may call it second time lucky, but I have a mistake. Also, this could be called double. There we go. Now it should build as designed. I know we're not using that yet. Let's see if the debugger actually works in any way, shape, or form. Rock music makes it possible to hear all manner of things and the gratingness of the guitars. So we're going to do that. That's not the right plugin. I was so used to reaching for it, and it was right there. Biquad non-lin. Look at this mess. Well, that's not right. That's just the same thing over again. Hi, I copied you from the previous one. Why are you broken? What's going on here? Inv, dry, wet. Yeah, this doesn't work. What was I thinking? That doesn't work at all. That's a broken plugin. Why did I have it there? That makes no sense. Why wouldn't it be working though? Input sample times wet. Param 5. Param 5 is able to give me -1. Okay, I see the problem. Dry sample times 1 minus fabs wet, but that's not enough. Let us instead do this differently. That will give me inverse adds. There's your plus section. We don't need to do fabs because it is larger than 0. Sorry, I need to make that be 0. And we need to... No, let's have the additional parentheses in there. Love all the parentheses. Always have too many parentheses. what is less than 0, we always have full dry. Because if it's 0, then we have full dry. If it's less than 0, that's where we subtract. And that's how we solve this. There. That's what it was supposed to be all along. And in fairness, it does do something, but it wasn't doing quite the right thing. And now this is. At least I assume this is, so we're going to find out right now whether I'm correct about that. If I'm correct about this, we're going to have an inf dry wet as expected, rather than the mess we had initially, which would kind of work, but only close to dry. It would have been applying what it was supposed to apply only close to dry and then sort of transitioning again. So that's no good. Let's see if it's true. Got there. There's your subtractive. Here. Interesting. What's this 2? Oh. High pass. There we go. So here's our high pass, which turns into a low pass. Here's our band pass, turns into notch. And there's our notch. Wait for it. And the inverse of the notch is our bandpass. Got there. That's what that was supposed to do. Tempted to try to fix biquad plus, but I guess it's just was from too long ago. We'll just chalk it up as a mistake. Anyways, it completely just replicates what you can do with type anyway, so I'm not all that worried. It's like, yep. So here's where things get interesting. What the hey do we do to make this do a thing? For starters, let's open up the previous one. So we can't because it's not anywhere in sight, but we can by going and looking for it. And since I don't remember what the name was, I'll look it up, and sure enough, it was indeed pair 2. These are the struggles. These are the struggles one goes through. So we called it non-lin. And the way we made it do something was by firstly, well, we had, this one's a smoothed one. I don't think the biquad is going to be that, because the biquad is not going to be a Cynthia filter. The biquad is a science experiment. It was a power factor of param 2 so we'll make it a power factor of param 4. There's the smoothed. And then we made it this. There was no further things to be done with it. So there's our smooth filter functionality. There's our every sample biquad parameters. We're not going to be using most of this for functional reasons, but we're leaving it. And there's better templates. I just need to find the right place where this goes. So here's our smooth biquad things, and this is in fact the biquad filter. Literally there it is right there. So here's our DI. We're not going to use input sample. Instead, we're simply using this. So this is now a thing where we can multiply any of these parameters by either 1 or a little more or a little less. I have no idea what madness this is going to cause. It could be wildly different depending upon what happens. But we can look up the information and maybe find some of this. We're going to have available this DI for dielectric, and this L1 and L2. So what were we doing? DI input sample L minus 1 minus DI for this. So it kind of scales back and forth, and it's always going to be between 0 and 1, so there's that. In theory, this should make it be a form of not complete insanity if I do it wrong. But what modulates the frequency? Biquad 0 is frequency. And then resonance also matters. Woof. Here's the thing, there is no correct place to put this function. This is breaking a working filter algorithm. The question is, how do I go about breaking the working filter algorithm in a way that maybe is interesting or good? I'm gonna late enough in the day, I don't need to worry about optimizing the stove. I can just leave it going. Late enough in the day, I don't need to worry about having any more coffee because that's enough. But early enough in the day that I still got to deal with this. So biquad frequency. Here's where we're finding our parameters. Let's start with low pass and see if we can make any sense of it. So, K. K is a function of biquad frequency. Norm has to do with the resonance. So bike AB0 is K squared times the resonance. B1 is a factor of the resonance, so this is still that multiplying K by itself in this like tangent M pi, whatever, this is just giving you the correct frequencies. If the nonlinearity is exactly 1, it won't change any of these things. So AB0 looks to be mostly about what frequency we're at. If it's a low pass, AB2 also is the same thing as AB0 and AB1. AB1 is directly related to the frequency. BB1 is also pretty closely related to the frequency because it's K. And BB2 has a lot of K, so we're making these parameters. The question is, to what extent? If I just modulate AB0, what do we get? That's my question. And modulating AB1, it's literally twice 0. And AB2 is that again. High pass gives you the opposite. If we don't modulate both of these together, like how do we apply this stuff though? So input sample times this plus a previous sample, SL1 is a delayed sample. So we're generating these out of these. So the B, I can ignore the B and just pay attention to what the actual value is supposed to be. So A0 is directly from the frequency. And we're not going to generate all of this from scratch, but we're going to try to find where it's doing the calculation and then modulate these parameters rather than recalculating everything from scratch. Again, this is just breaking a perfectly good algorithm. This is throwing in a nonlinearity that is supposed to be related to the pressure inside the capacitor. But really what it's doing is just breaking a perfectly good algorithm. And the question is, can I do it interestingly? And can I do it in such a way that I am adding and subtracting? Like, so there's my 0 to 1. Oh, I don't have frequency, do I? No, I don't. I do not have that thing. This was being created out of something already, but I don't have that thing. So if I have A0, what's a clone of A0? Maybe we'll just break it down to the low pass state. As fun as it would be. Okay, so A0 is, maybe we need to remember this. got notch filters, we got stuff going on. Bandpass can simplify the biquad kernel, leave out this multiply. Alrighty then. We're going to have big explosions from this code, I'll tell you. But what we do have is B2 with the low pass is the same as B0. B2 with the bandpass is negative B0. So type tells me what that is. And then B2 for notch is B0 again. High pass is B0 again. Alrighty. Looking a lot like every single one of these with the oh no. No. Notch filter has some funny code in it. What's up with this? It's no. It's not as funny as I thought it was going to be. That's weird. B1 equals B1. No, B1 equals A1. Alrighty then. What we have is this. If type equals 3, so we're not going to use DI. Instead, we're going to use DI 0 and a 2. Boom. So here's our biquaddy stuff. A0 is the one we're going to want to work with. That's the one we're generating here. Bike A0. It doesn't get to be over 0.5 because it's a biquad parameter. Pretty sure that's the case. I'll find out quickly if it's not. Oh, and we got to do this. Meaning that now we're going to incorporate where have we got A0? We've only got it once. Then A2 lives here. Hi. Maybe this will actually work, especially if I don't touch non-lin, because right now if I don't apply non-lin, and I'm pretty sure that, let's see, frequency has to be to 0.5. A0 is going to be, since that's, you know what? frequency, tan, and pi. Let's just see what freaking happens. I can't make sense of this anymore. If indeed there was ever any sense to be made of it. But even though I can't, I made a thing. Let's see if leaving it on zero nonlinearity, it still does anything predictable. Because I might have just blown it up real good. Hey, alphabet serial. Hard to tell whether I'm doing well. Let's find out. This, with nonlin at literally 0, is supposed to be the same thing as I had before. Let's see if it blows the heck up or not. We got filtering. Oh, hi. We have a bunch of extra stuff on this, and that's not supposed to be there. On the other hand, this is normal again. And this one's blowing up. Okay, so we killed some of the modes. How do we do that? What happened? We could do low pass, we can't do high pass. We could do band pass, we can't do notch. If type 3, then AP2 is the same as negative AP0. Oh. I've double subtracted that. We have thrown in a 0 to directly replace this. This is no longer a thing for any of these. Meaning B0, okay, norm, high pass, it ended up being this, including reso. Maybe I just get rid of the additional modes because they're breaking. It should be able to cope with this, but it can't. It's not. I would have thought, oh, I think I may see the problem. Or, no, that doesn't make any sense. Why is it not working with high pass? High pass, low pass worked, band pass worked, high pass and notch are broken. That might be fine. Maybe we'll just abandon that stuff. As amusing as it would be, we got this being all kinds of busted. What if this is 1 instead of 0? Again, there are no right answers for this. I am breaking a perfectly good algorithm in ways I don't understand. So you kind of take your chances. We're going to turn down the volume even more, knowing that this is going to blow up and be strange. And trusting that it's probably going to... Okay, that's still okay. Okay, now high pass is okay. It needed to be able to go up to values of close to 1. Only then. What about? That was a thump. Bandpass still okay. What about notch? Alrighty. Didn't expect that. Okay. Here's where things get messy. What does nonlin do? I'll remind you, this is not a real algorithm. This is a monstrosity that's been made out of a working biquad filter. There is no reality to this. Instead, we are just taking this and we are tweaking this parameter, and then we're including the other one where it shows up, this B2 in here. Everywhere it shows up and is normally supposed to be, like we could comment this straight out because we're not using it. A2 and A2 everywhere it goes. We take it from A0, same there, same there. We're just taking it, except for in the instance of exactly bandpass, we're making it negative, and that's all we're doing. And that is constructing a functioning biquad filter as long as we're careful not to touch this. What happens when we touch this? Because it's not supposed to do this, all of the parameters are going to go insane. Let's see how badly this explodes. Okay, limited amount of explosion from low pass, interesting. However, we have not yet begun to tweak. Can we make it pop by doing things with Q, maybe, or? I hear a texture in there somewhere. It's a little hard to hear. Something's going on here, I just can't really tell what it is. Type. Okay, I really didn't like that. Crazy. Here is a bandpass. Bandpass gets kind of rattly. Notch. Notch goes crazy. Notch, very unhappy. Kind of like the real Notch, sadly. That's a pity, but he kind of only has himself to blame. Anyways. Here's where things get interesting. We now know that we can do a bandpass or a low pass, but not a high pass or a notch with this hack. Here is, in fact, a bandpass. I mean, a low pass. but we can do those things with inverse. So in this way, we can kind of hear what it's doing. There's a biquad high pass, including non-lin. Pretty much the same range as the pair filter. There's the inverse peak. So with all of these things, we can manufacture a high pass out of the low pass inverse. We can manufacture a notch out of the band pass inverse. The question is, what happens when we start getting funky with the low pass, or indeed the band pass, which might be more revealing as to what on earth is going on with this madness. Here's a band pass. Let's start tightening up the Q while the non-lin is going crazy. That's not acting unusually for Q. Interesting. We're getting a real modulation thing going on. And that's very powerful, that's very effective. It can be used as an inverse. There it is as an inverse. What if we drop the Q? We're getting a lot of boost. If we apply very small amounts of Q, did you hear that? Excuse me. It's doing a giant thumping. It's interacting with it in such a way that it's bringing out lows. That's interesting. So if we push it up enough that it's not peaking out, and then continue lowering Q with the non-lin all the way up, yeah, there's a bunch of interesting stuff happening and only 2 of these modes work, suggesting that it's time to dial type back. It's either going to be 0 or 1, basically. Let's start with that. We only get to have 2 options. So let's see, type 1 to 4. Instead, we're going to call that 0 to 1. See that there's anything about this that yeah. We could also make this be more flexible. I love how it's indexed, but I'm doing a floating point. That's always clever. So this should be able to make this be 0 or 1. Type 0 and type 1 bandpass. And then we're simply going to delete these other bits. Then we will see whether that even works. Oh, and type 1. We have to be able to flip this. I do not know whether the next plugin is going to be Air 3. I think it is possible that it's going to be Triangulate because I have to VSTize something in order to have a next plugin. It's possible the next plugin is going to be Overheads. That is hanging around needing to be released. I am kind of gratified as to how this is even remotely functional. Because it's a bit of a mess. I have no business trying to make this work. This is messed up. And yet, maybe it can work. Let's see what we've got here. We could also throw alien kittens. We know what alien kitten sounds like, right? So 0 and 1. I should make a switch over at another frequency though. Oh, I think I know why it was doing what it was doing. Here's the bandpass. It's a modulated biquad is what this is. Grungy. We can certainly make it real grungy sounding. It starts to sound like a bad cassette, interestingly. That's neat. That's neat. And then we can do invet to do the notch filter effect. And it happily survives being made incredibly, incredibly resonant. That's cool. Yeah, we got something. This is usable. This is doing some intense modulation. And then regulation biquad. Heavily frequency modulated biquad. Lastly, the thing that I wanted to know about was, firstly, not ready for lastly yet. Lastly is not time. No. Firstly, it's this. There we go. And it even looks a little bit pretty. There. Now we have a switch. And that should work. Now we're going to pick a different sound. There we go. Here's our cue. Here's our modulation. Notice what it's doing to the extreme lows. The extreme lows show up on this stream because they come through this microphone fairly well. What we are doing here's our regular. Here's the regular lows off of Alien Kittens, but as we start turning up non-lin, listen to what happens in the very deep bass. I'm going to turn it up a little bit so you can hear it. It's going deeper. Which then means, since it is a bandpass filter, if we go full wet, we can do weird things with the depths. Original, modified. And we're doing it by doing this. Dialing in a sound which is then subtracted. So this could be quite interesting. This could be an interesting toy. So you don't normally get to do this with a biquad. It's a little crazy. We'll do that, then subtract it. Something weird going on. Again, we're creating stuff with maximum nonlinearity that acts really weird and then subtracting it. This is what we've actually made out of this. And if it wasn't so nonlinear, it would just be this. But it is very nonlinear, so it's freaking the heck out. Then sort of heightening impact compared to the regular one. Leaned out and tightened up the bass more than a little, simply by producing this and then subtracting it. Now let's do the thing that I was looking to do. I'm probably going to need to use a different piece of music though. I want to hear what this is going to act like on a hypersonic filter. Let's see what kind of thing it does. Again, we're going to go to Butterworth rather. There's our hats. No hats there. No good. That's no good. It's just too loud. It's not enough brightness to it. Let's find something that's brighter. Lopi's pathological symbol. What can we use with the kind of highs I want to hear? I can process this until it has the kind of highs I want to hear. It's a 96K thing. We can just do stuff like, for instance, Air 3. There. Highs, brightness. Let's see what our filter does on that, because that's a lot of highs and brightness, so I have a very, very clear recording. What do we got? Here we have a regulation biquad filter that is filtering this back again. But if we make it very nonlinear, let's just loop that last bit again. It's all distorty, but I don't care. I feel like maybe we've got something. Maybe some more resonance. I know that some of these things. Heck with that. Just give me a simple sound of some kind. What do I have in here? That could work. Looking for a cymbal fill. Oh, it skipped right back again. Dang it. Okay, that's what it was doing before. Damn it. It cannot put it to the right place, can it? It absolutely can't. You know, this is too loud. I can't use as much of Air 3. Got to use less. Okay, try that. How about that? And let's just loop this symbol and play with it. Okay, that's what this bit sounds like. So here's a big old peak. Plain old biquad filter does indeed sound kind of janky. I want to see whether I can make this sound better. Feeling kinda like nonlinear 0.5, but I'm not am I? One's gonna be too much, I think. So if I have this loud resonance, but it's in the hypersonic range for being filtered, and instead it was deeply nonlinear, it would go from this to this. And that doesn't sound that different. I'm kind of just trying to hear what it sounds like as a cutoff, including at very, very high rates, knowing that I'm going to be making a composite filter out of this. Like, there's my maximum ring. A little hard to hear this one. A little hard to hear this one. That's interfering with lower mid-ranges. But not that one quite so much. Interesting. I feel like that could be an answer. Feeling like that maybe could work for a modified ultrasonic filter to be used with things like Console X. What I should be doing, however, is, never mind that, that's all very well. Let's not save any of these changes. It's a terrible idea. Let's see what we get out of noise and effect stacks. Oh, gonna need to make a new one, won't we? Yeah. Gonna need to make a new effect stack. With Fox and Go Span and Blackjack. Let's turn this right down again. $20K filter. So here we have a tightly resonant filter. Well, I mean, it's a biquad. There's no nonlinearity in this. And the nonlinearity is bringing up this area again, as expected. That's what it did before. That's what it's going to do now. And then here we are with it as purely a bandpass. What we're seeing here is a slight change in the low end Not that it's really showing up. Like everything gets just a tiny bit louder. You can see it on the span meters here, but not really anywhere else. Pull it back, and they're pretty much exactly around 12. Push it, and they're now hovering a hair above 12 because the additional jittering of the resonant frequency is raising all the level up a tiny, tiny bit. Whereas with no jittering, it's staying the same. So now what I'm going to do is just kind of try to listen for the tonality of this as it interacts with the high frequencies at 0, 1, and 0.5. There's too much high frequency energy when nonlinear is at 1. And it feels like that peak of high frequency energy feels a little bit more natural when nonlinear is at 0.5. Excuse me, grueling day. And it goes up to exactly 20K. I gotta keep the volume from being too loud as I do this or I'll melt my tweeters. Yep, 2-minute energy. 2 plane. 5. I am basically happy with how this very, very resonant peak interacts while avoiding a tendency to have its ringiness communicated as a artificiality. Like Q, that's a very steep resonance, that is. Let's drop it down to let's set it around 2K, where I can hear what it's doing pretty clearly, but it's not hammering the tweeters. This is a very sensitive area for human hearing. I'm interested in what the nonlin is going to tell me here. It sounds a little unnatural with the nonlin cranked all the way. And a little plain and fake at 0, which is the normal biquad filter. Again, let's see where 0.5 is. Just for laughs. No benefit to golden ratio. Nothing to be had there. Too much noise. I am guardedly happy with where that's sitting. What I would kind of like to do, however, is let's see what this does with the musical signal. Now that I've tested it out pretty good on plain noise. For instance, I have a guitar sound that might just be revealing on a really sharp resonance like that. I'm real interested to hear what happens there. It's going to be one of the Rise Dirt guitar. Probably an acceptable choice. New effect stack, because I'd like to see that on span, although I doubt it's actually going to tell me anything. But I'd like to see it on span anyhow. So let's see. Play. There's a 2K. Sounds kind of fake and biquad-y there. Yeah, it shouldn't have this. That's too much. I am guardedly optimistic about this. Because using the bandpass in this tight of a resonance is really going to show me what the overall tone of this particular filter is. And when I let it modulate in this way, it's still doing the thing, but there is just the smallest reduction in like artificial filtery sound. And then if I turn nonlin even up farther, what ends up happening is it interferes and starts bringing in lower frequencies that aren't actually helpful. Although we could try our old golden ratio trick again. I doubt this is going to help. I'm not sure that's actually helping. Let's remind ourselves of the inverse. Could that be? Yeah. It's all working fairly well. Now that's a truly obnoxious little resonance. Let's see if we can make it be any nicer. That's just raspiness it's adding. Yeah. Yeah. When I set it to exactly 0.5 on this obnoxious little resonance, it's breaking it up just enough to randomize it rather than being a bright ring at that exact frequency, even though it is literally a bright ring at that exact frequency. And then when I put it back, very fake sounding. And there's a certain color to it where some of that grit is coming through. It's like it's diffracted. And then we have very little information up at 20K at all. So in a lot of ways, this stuff is not going to do that much. But we're kind of dialing it in. Oh, check that out. At this frequency, although I have to turn it way up on the speakers, this frequency doesn't show up very much with zero nonlinear. Full nonlinear flips right out. Then, logically, that means that if we do the exact right, something useful will happen. Yeah, it sounds like the sound of the guitar. Back down, our gain comes from 34 dB plus. Alrighty, let's stop that and look at, for instance, we've got some stuff where the original Rise drums recording, some of these bits where I'm laying on the ride cymbal, I think. This stuff up here. Seeing as we're doing the span is not actually helping me that much. It's not actually helping. I'm enjoying seeing it, but it's not actually helping. No, actually, that's not true. It is. It's telling me what frequency I'm at. That's helpful. Let's amplify this a bunch and then throw on the effect stack. With our biquad and span. And let's see what we got. And now let's find an obnoxious write symbol frequency. I guess that's a good obnoxious write symbol. Stop playing on the drums. That's a bit of a waste of time. This was a complete garbage drum part. Here it is back again. If we have full non-lin, we're starting to hear things like snares and stuff coming through. If we do our 0.5, it's still the obnoxious write symbol, but it stopped that biquad's ring at 30Q from being as obnoxious as it previously was. Not quite as bad as it had been. Back to obnoxious. Oh, yeah. Ugh. I mean, it's all obnoxious, but... And now it's... Let's find a real singing note. I want to hear, because the idea is, what if the ultrasonics resonate with something that's happening in the sound to produce an obnoxious ultrasonic peak that sounds super artificial? Does this change that to be no longer as artificial? That's obnoxious sounding. Yeah. It's the same obnoxious filter, but we have slightly desynthesified it compared to this. And then going too far is just bringing out other low frequency stuff. And of course, it's not supposed to be this resonant. We almost never deal with anything as resonant as that. Instead, we got this. And using it as just a filter is a way that you can do like this much resonance on something this high up. Then combine it with dry. Or cut that. Alrighty. Just as the wood stove begins to really breathe its last for the day, I'm going to say this is coming into focus, no pun intended. There you go, focus. I should give it a 50 position. That'd be hilarious. Could be. The cut could be. And then there is our 0.5, which is going to be our correct setting for a distributed ultrasonic filter that we want to be supernatural rather than having any trace of this is a bunch of biquad filters making a really steep resonance, guys. So this should sound like some kind of acoustic thing, and this should sound more like a filter resonating. And sure enough, I think, and then this should maybe be even more like a real thing because we're doing excessive nonlinearity. I'm not sure it sounds that much more realistic than this. But we're going to leave it available. Bye, Alphabet Cereal. Nice way to get some deep thumping going on. A little old, I wonder what would happen if we did this. Oh, that's just too big. That made it too deep. And then you can use the dry wet to reinforce the thing. little kick drum spotlighting with this. And then Invoet gives you a substantially boosted effect. Sounds pretty good. Even though the playing is appalling. Alrighty. I think we got somewhere. I only have to close this and then tell it that I don't want to save the changes, which I have just told it. Alrighty. We'll leave this where it is. And cut it back to the number of functions it really has, namely 5. And we'll be good to go. Excuse me. Yeah. It's been a long winter. Long, long winter. That works. And this needs a little attention. Kind of like this. Also this. There we go. And I'm going to make a little note in the code. Oh, interesting. So if it's 0.5, then it's actually giving you 0.25. Yep. That it be. And so now we've got all of this going on. So we're going to leave that there. And good enough, I guess. And here's where we, let's see now. So I am questioning a little bit to myself, to what extent do I need to be concerned about this for roll-offs that are supersonic? Probably do, because we could maybe break it by hitting it with too much input sample. However, when we do that and have nonlin very high, causing it to get nearer to 1, then that's sort of too much energy. Okay. Let's see, does this still build? Looks to me like it kind of does. And I think that gives us that and that. And if we scooch all of this stuff down a little bit, we can make space for this sitting up on the top, because it's the most recent one that I just did. And that's a big pile of work. But that's what we do around here. And you know what? I'm going to take this opportunity to hit a pit stop. I am not actually going to make another coffee. It's far too late for that. But it is a fine time for me to get some of my food thawing for tacos, because that's what I have on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Alrighty, if you are heading out, then see you later. I will be back in a moment. Yes, I enjoy the hourglass as far as putting a timer up. Again, analog things, man. I haven't been putting music on today, but it's a work day. It's going to be what it's going to be. Alrighty. It is 3:56. I have got my... Did I get my stove warming up? Just a minute. I think so. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got my stove warming up. And the cheese for my tacos thawing out. So now I am speculating on, I'll bounce back to here. What would be good? What's good to do? I have an update for console 6. I think console 9 also got completed to the point where I don't think there's anything further about it. Yeah. Like it's the reformulated one and the one that's been altered. So there's your console 9 version. Console X is a whole other thing. And I haven't even begun to do it because it needs to incorporate something like this. And I'm not quite sure how I'm going to pull that one off. Possibly... See, the thing that puzzles me about this is the extent to which incorporating discontinuity or disintegrate into everything inevitably involves latency, and I don't normally like to run latency. So that has me very... I'm wondering real hard on that one. But let's also have a look at disintegrate and see how much I've done with it. It looks a lot like I have a copy of it up and running, whereas I do not know whether I have that for distance 3. Let's see if I have disintegrate. I can get it ready to work on for Thursday. And do a little bit of it today, maybe. We got a whole bunch of settings. We're turned up real loud. Yep, that is the same as the other one. However, I was going to do some other things with it. We got our FDB, we've got a bunch of these things kicking around. But for disintegrate, I got to do something else. DSC buff also scales according to another control. So let's crawl into the guts of this thing and make it do stuff. Firstly, see, none of this is going to actually be moderated. .90 samples. more like 200 samples. And all of this stuff needs to be updated to include this. Now that will return to being able to work, but we're about to do something to that as well. Then over to here, this needs to be made this. And then these are going to be brought back into shape by that. However, we don't really want it to go down to 0, I think. I think it'll break if it goes down to 0. One way to fix that. We'll make it be 2. So, there's my oven being warmed up. So if we run this, we should then, no. See what I did wrong? Very simple. That. Oof. No issues. Speak for yourself, computer. Excuse me. Long winter, like I said. Now if I do this, it's going to be either next to nothing or a whole bunch or completely overwhelming. And we're dialing it down to quiet levels pretty effectively. Interestingly, we are scaling everything back by this top dB function, whether or not we have delay. That's interesting. I don't know why it's doing that. So we're going to label some of these things, and then we're going to go in and make an array of arrays. And however many other controls we're going to need, I should totally have a dry wet just to see what it does. That could be a thing. Have a dry wet just to see what the sucker does. It can be at number 10 if it must. but we should totally have that. Oop. And more controls. There we go. Boom, dry wet control. Let's see just how much flanging this produces, or just how much of a ridiculous delay we get going forwards into the abyss. Switch that over so that I can get access to my sounds folder. So this might get a little messy sounding. That's not that bad. That's not all that bad, but an increasing buffer size is going to increase it. You could play through that. Yeah, that's not necessarily that big of a problem. That's about as bad as it gets. I have increased confidence in this now. That's a straight up flange. You can get that kind of distance from moving 2 feet away from something. And this is what it originally... Well, actually, no, that's not true, is it? It was originally 90, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least, if it isn't, I can look it up on the other one. Because the other one is not going to show up in my recents. But the other one's named Discontinuity, and it's in here somewhere. I swear to you it's in here somewhere. There it is. Let's not even open it. Let's just look at it. The number in question is 90. Therefore, if this number is 180, then I'm trying to figure out how much difference it would make with the 2 extra samples there. Let's make it 1 sample. So 0.5 ends up being buffer size by default. It can be tweaked, but it stays in the middle for starters. And we're also going to do a thing where layers is also going to end up being, well, layers is going to default to 0.4 because we're going to make 10 layers instead of only 4. And I'll show you how I do it in a moment. But for now, we've got a dry wet. We've got a buffer size. That's going to update to what it needed to be. So that's no longer a problem. Let's dial this back to 1. I mean, it's not going to crash. It's going to be fine. Actually, no matter what, it's going to be fine. That'll be -1 + 1. Yeah, it amounts to about the same thing, doesn't it? And build and test again, just to be sure. During my last little burst of coding, for my last person hanging out with me, or whoever is watching in future as you follow through all of this nonsense. Let's do Rice Dirt Guitar this time. Here's Disintegrate. That would be the calibrated setting. I have that turned up real loud, don't I? So if the amp is at 115 dB, buffer size 0.5, yeah. And guitars aren't meant to be able to go this loud. Now if we turn buffer size down, it'll clean up. If we turn it up, it'll get dirtier. Here's the amount of latency we have. That's not much latency. That's like one wavelength at around 20 Hertz. Dry. Full wet. And blend, which you're not supposed to do with this setup. You're not supposed to blend, but we're blending anyway. It doesn't even sound like a slapback echo. It doesn't even sound like a flange. Sounds like a bad multi-miking job. This is interesting. This means I could totally track through this system. This is 4 stages. It's enough to do the legit job of this. There's no reason I can't build the distributed gain system. Neat. Looking promising. But we can go more than that. We can go beyond that. That's for damn sure. And I'll show you how. So 0.4 layers. Here's what we're due. Oops. Maybe let's do 11 just to be all luxurious and stuff and have extra space. I never trust arrays very much. We're also going to do 2 of these apparently, but that's fine. Or 2 of each. What's dba pus and pus b actually do? Do we even need that to be an array? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's see if we can make this work. It looks a little jammed together. So there we go with that then. And that. These are going bye-bye. But they might go and live outside the range of that, or maybe not. We'll find out. Then a little tab spacing just to make it look less crazy. To C programmers. Not only that, since we are, well, might need stereo in future. One possibility with, oh no, it should be fine. That should be fine too. As long as I'm multiplying a float by a float and then converting it to an integer after I've done the multiplication, it should not force param3 to be an integer that can only be 0 or 1. That said, we can at least compel that calculation to be a double as well, to be just sure that I'm doing this properly. We'll cast it to integer with the assign. Right, and then semicolon. Can't be forgetting the semicolons. Oh, 5 people all of a sudden. And so here we are in our last 40 minutes of coding for the day. And we have just made this become a array. So what we're going to do is firstly leave these things and only keep this bit. This being the bit that's being reproduced over and over again. And then this just gets stripped straight out because it gets replaced by this inside a loop. Let's just copy the loop. It's been a long day. And it's no longer A or anything, it's just the code. And x less than layers. So that ought to run at least once, and as many times as we need it, and this stuff should actually work. Here's our clamp stopping it from being out of control, and we should be able to continue to loop this until cows come home, basically. And the initial number of loops for it is 4. And all of these things in here need to have their own numbers. So we're just going to go in and add this to like everything. Same with this. Not that. That. DSC buff doesn't change. DPI doesn't change. Oh, deeper delay doesn't change. But this stuff sure will. This is going to be very messy. So dpx, that number changes. Buff no, pause yes. That's the position in the offset. So very good. And then dbl, dbx, that changes. Buff, nope. dbi, nope. That's the amount that's being done. Deep delay, that does change. This has to also, because we're doing it each time around. DPI is a temporary number that's created here. And then X, again, that has to go. And then this, and then this, and then that. Oh, and I missed a spot here and here. And here is the larger dBAL, and there and there. And let's see if this runs. Oh, no, we're not right. We're not ready. Int x double. So what's going on here? I should understand this better than I do. I've run into this bug before. And by bug, I mean I did something wrong. So invalid types int. Why would this be an array? this is adding to the arrays. These things are also meant to be there. So why would this be another array? There's layers. There we're counting up from there. So double 185, that's the correct number. That's fine. And 11 int 11. Why is this? Let's make this number LYR. See if that helps at all. Because it's like it thinks that it is another array. It should not be. But somehow it's referring to it in such a way. Nope, it's still unhappy. It still doesn't like that one bit. Which means I can go back to X. Because that didn't help. So invalid types double 185 11 int 11 for array subscript. These are the only places I refer to it. Nothing else seems to be throwing up over that. So what's going on? I should be able to refer to this like this. Invalid types int int. Okay, well, where does it say that though? dpa x x. Here it is again. dpa l. That's supposed to be a buffer of buffers for array subscript. This is a local variable. And it's not throwing an error here. But it's throwing an error there. Have I miscalculated this somehow? This could be the end of my day. I'm really not getting very far with this. Let's close this and look at the H file. Like, that should be defining this as an array of arrays. I honestly don't see how I would not have. Quick little look in Google. Give me a new window to look this up. Array of arrays in C. Multidimensional arrays. That looks like what I'm doing. I don't understand how I'm not doing it. Three-dimensional array. So I'm making a two-dimensional array. One size of it is DSC buff max plus 5, and the other size is 11. None of the other arrays are having a problem. Oh, and I do indeed want an array of 2D arrays. Well, that's how to load it, but it's not actually being declared any different. whereas my problems here are represented as invalid types for array subscript. There's got to be something fairly obvious going wrong here. Invalid types for array sub. That is exactly what I am doing. There's an Arduino form. And that's exactly what's happening to me. So I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's saying X is itself a array. And that doesn't make any sense because I don't remember declaring it as one. We shall see. I've got a little less than half an hour to hammer on this and make it work. If the size is dynamic, well, it's not that dynamic. Ooh, I don't want to address it indirectly like this. So if you pass array as argument, must specify the size of dimensions except for the first. Well, I'm not really doing that though. That's not a thing. Yeah, they're passing that as an argument. I'm not doing that. Oh, row call must be known at compile time. Oh, in standard C++, the size of an array must be a compile time constant expression. Well, if I bounce back to here, that's a constant. That's an 11. How about I make another constant? What did I call this? Layers? We'll save that. And we'll use it and we'll declare all of these things with a constant. And we'll even go in here and update this maybe that'll be okay. Let's see. Oh no, we're still not happy, are we? It didn't like that one bit. What is up with this nasty behavior? int 11. Don't get it. Did I have this in something else? Do I have other... Let me do a quick search in Text Wrangler in my entire code base to see whether I've got this used somewhere in a working state. Rather than have that be a little box of array things with something inside it, we're looking for those two next to each other, implying I have a multi-dimensional array. And we're just going to look in all of MacAU to see whether this shows up anywhere. And I guess any old thing. What do we got? 12 occurrences, 18 occurrences, 80 clip 8. I did it in 80 clip 8. Why is it not working now? Stage 8, stage plus, intermediate X, and there we go. So that part's okay. What happened to make it work in 80 clip 8, which I've just released, so we know that's okay? How are we using it? There's our output levels. There's our code. This is what you just got recently, by the way. So you're looking at the splendiferous new thingy. So how did we do this? Intermediate spacing stage. X plus 1 stage. So we are using stage we're addressing that there. How did we go through and make stage increment? For int stage, stage less than stage settings, stage plus plus. Right. And now we are just checking on that stuff. And doing it this way, we are able to like, do we have to do the other stuff inside this? It's the larger. Or have I maybe just, am I doing it all wrong somehow? It sure does not like to address this. DBAL. Let's call all of this stage. Stage worked before. That's just pure cargo cult programming. And yet, here we are. So there's the bit that worked before. We should be able to access this without it thinking it is a pile of arrays. Huh. So this is, yep, DBAL. And that's the first element in here, and then this is the second element in the array, and this is supposed to actually be able to address this. And yet it is still not happy. I mean, that's an int, but it is claiming that this is an array, even though I have only just declared it. What the actual hell? Alrighty, let's look this part up. What if we... Let's look up this exact error message that I got. Int, and then int in brackets for array subscript. Now what? I see a thing where it looks like that's coded about the same way as... I see this. When you declare an array in an outer scope, but declare another variable with the same name in an inner scope shadowing the array. Then we try to index the array. Okay, so in A, I do not have an array that says X or an array that says stage. I do not have that. A overshadows A in local scope. So if we were to change this to stage as well, oh, hang on. To do that, I have to use the techniques. Can you not let me edit that? God, excuse me. That's still not going to help me. Nope. What the actual F? Do I not have DBA pos and pos B defined? It's getting through the early parts just fine. I'm trying to see what else is declared where else. I really don't see why this is doing a thing. Stage. Subscripting an array too many times is what this fellow's doing. Oh, I see their problem. They've got 3 of these, and then they're referring to it like this. But that shouldn't be applying here. It really, really shouldn't. Could it be that I need to put all of this in parentheses because I'm trying to multiply an array by an integer? Like, looky here. This shouldn't be making it throw up. I don't suppose it would feel any happier if I did that. I doubt it. No? Don't think so. Let's bust this into as many individual lines as we can so that we can make a bit more sense of it. That's still correct. Though I don't know if that is actually an array. That part is reasonably correct. Here's the thing that's causing it to throw up, but it doesn't make sense. Let's see if it's still throwing errors the places I think it is. It's still throwing errors the places I think it is. So it doesn't want me referring to this. It assumes no matter what I put here, this is an array. I do that, and it still thinks it's, oh. Let's do that again. Oh. That's weird. Why is it this one? Why is it that one that it's becoming upset with? That doesn't seem right at all. And if that's a weird thing that doesn't make any sense, that is very suggestive. Do I in fact have dbdly as an array? No. No, that's not. If that's not, see, it starts out like this. Then I bump it by exactly 1. Now what? Okay, we're still not happy with this. But we're happy with it here. It's fine with that there. Oh! Do you see? Do you see? I saw. I came, saw, and conquered. Check this out. Look at this. This is also within an array. dbx, x. So it's this weird conglomerate in here where in this case, I've got that with its little array subscript on there. That's got its little array subscript on there. All of these have to have their little array subscripts, but this one is not. It's not this part that it was throwing up over. It was this part. And that's not present here because, as you can see, dbal, dbax with a subscript, this one without. So it's trying to use an entire array as a number. Now, hey, got there. That looks really weird and wrong, but I bet you anything that was your problem. Build succeeded. Before we put all that back together again, let's see what we got. That was a crazy mess. And in our last few minutes, before taco time. I have earned my tacos, I tell you. I have earned my tacos today. I don't know if you want to call me a pro. Yeah, Chris, actually that turned out to not be the case. I found it. So let's do a thing. That was nice. I kept thinking it was the other array subscript, but it was the one where, yeah. Here's disintegrate. Here's my layers. If I can put it to 4, we reproduce what we already had. Although we might be one short. And then as we keep adding layers, it's going to get deeper and deeper. And the amount of buffer size can also go up. And here's the amount of total delay we got going on. I can just barely hear what sounds like a little bit of a flam. All of this is going to be a fully functional way of dealing with this stuff. There is so you can in fact do 0 layers here. If we have 1 layer, this is the amount of latency we got, which is a very high frequency sound, so that's cool. And there you have it. Don't mind me fussing with the controls. There you have it. So that's going to be disintegrate, a way of stacking lots and lots more layers of this particular kind of processing on top of each other and just dialing them in various ways, which will also help me do the distributed processing I'm looking to do. It's probably going to end up with a calibration for it to have essentially what you're going to do is have a mixing system where there are multiple stages, all of which are very small, and channel, submix, and bus will each have their own volume level settings, like this peak dB thing, where you're expected to dial in how loud the hottest peaks of that particular track are relative to clipping. And that might be a little weird. There might be a way that I can do it in a more approachable way, but it's probably going to be a control in there where you adjust it in that way. You're gain staging the entire mix together. God, excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm almost out of here. Dialing the entire mix together by gain staging all of the individual elements, like these particular tracks are at about 105 or 110 dB, and then this submix comes in at 105 dB max. It's the combination of this and this and this and this, whereas this submix comes in at 80 dB max. It's like quiet voices or something, and then it gets brought in through that submix, so it only gets that much of the effect, and then the total mix ends up being like yay loud, and its top level is like 102 or something. And you just kind of combine all of those things as an additional trim layer, but it's a trim layer that dictates how distant everything comes across. And yeah, it should be a thing. Most of today was not spent doing this. I'm glad that I got there though. But most of today was spent doing the capacitor 2 variations for pair filter and a biquad filter. And that's looking pretty promising. Those things are going to go into future stuff. And on that note, I will say see you folks later, because I'm going to go off and I have earned my tacos for today, so I'm going to enjoy them. Bye-bye.